Absolutely Not Your Damsel. One Princess, One Troll, Zero Boundaries. By Wynn Valentine. First edition, published by i2iHype, LLC, 2025. Copyright 2025 by Wynn Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or localities is entirely coincidental. Wynn Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. I Regret. Tolling This One. Seraphina hitched up her gown, a ridiculous concoction of silk, pearls, and expectations, and scowled at the rain-slicked boundary of Silverwood Forest. Behind her lay Grevenwell, arranged marriages, and the soul-crushing monotony of proper princess etiquette. Ahead lay, well, anything had to be better than a lifetime shackled to Prince What's-His-Name of Who Cares a Lot. "They'll expect me to flee west," she muttered, adjusting her hood as another droplet slid down her nose. "So naturally we're heading east." A distant horn blared, and she cursed under her breath. The royal guard had already discovered her empty bedchamber. She plunged into the tree line, embroidered skirts snagging on underbrush. With each step, her boots, practical worn leather hidden beneath yards of ceremonial frippery, sank into the muddy forest floor. The guards wouldn't follow her here. Not without significant backup, anyway. Everyone knew Silverwood Forest had a reputation. Perfect. "Nothing like a little enchantment to discourage unwanted company," Seraphina said to no one in particular, patting the ornate hilt protruding from her belt. "Isn't that right, Geraldine?" The dagger didn't respond verbally. That would have been absurd, but she felt a distinct warming sensation against her hip that she chose to interpret as agreement. "Precisely my thinking," she continued, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "A sensible person would accept that sometimes a princess simply needs to determine her own destiny. It's not like I'm abdicating, just renegotiating the terms of my royal obligations." Geraldine pulsed with a soft glow, and Seraphina sighed. "Fine. You're right. We're absolutely running away, but in a dignified, politically justifiable manner." An hour into her trek, the forest had transformed from merely unwelcoming to actively disorienting. Trails appeared and disappeared with frustrating irregularity. Her auburn hair, having escaped its elaborate coiffure, caught on every available twig and bramble. The rain, rather than abating, seemed to follow her with personal interest. "This is absolutely the stuff of heroic ballads," she grumbled, untangling a particularly stubborn lock from what might have been an ordinary shrub if not for its vaguely smug demeanor. The noble princess, soaked to her undergarments, communing with shrubbery? Overhead, a pair of jays cackled with suspicious timing. "Did you hear that? Absolutely dreadful posture," one seemed to say. "Tragic, really. Shoulders like that will never land her a proper match," replied the other. Seraphina glared upward. "I'll have you know, I've endured 17 years of posture training with books balanced on my head." The birds exchanged glances. "She's talking to us," said the first. "How embarrassing for her," replied the second. They fluttered away, leaving Seraphina to fume in solitude. 17 years, she repeated to empty air, with increasingly heavy tomes on increasingly theoretical princess behaviors like how to swoon decorously when overwhelmed, and the gentle art of looking interested in tedious political negotiation. Geraldine hummed faintly at her side. You're right. Complete waste of shelf space, Seraphina nodded decisively. When I eventually return on my own terms, I'll insist on practical literature. Advanced techniques in diplomatic rejection would be a start. The forest path widened unexpectedly, revealing a small clearing where a surprisingly domestic-looking creature dozed beneath a massive oak. It had the general shape of a horse, but with pearlescent hide and a spiraling horn that had been, rather incongruously, wrapped in a knitted horn cozy in eye-searing purple. "Excuse me," Seraphina called, approaching with the caution her royal tutors had insisted was appropriate when addressing magical beings. "Might I ask directions?" One rheumy eye cracked open. The unicorn regarded her with profound disinterest. "You're lost," it stated. Not lost, temporarily disoriented while executing a tactical withdrawal. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, princess." The unicorn yawned, revealing teeth that had seen better centuries. "You know I'm a princess." The tiara was a hint. The creature gestured vaguely with its horn toward the delicate silver circlet Seraphina had forgotten she was wearing. That, and the whole talking to yourself while stomping through my forest thing, very royal behavior. "I wasn't stomping," she protested. "And it's hardly your forest." "Been here since before your great-granddaddy was in diapers," the unicorn countered, stretching with alarming joint-popping sounds. "Name's Stan, and you're headed exactly nowhere useful. I need to get as far from the Western Kingdom border as possible." "Running away from home? How original," Stan flicked his tail dismissively. "You humans are always running toward something or away from something exhausting to watch." Seraphina crossed her arms. "Do you have helpful directions or just commentary?" "Depends on what you consider helpful." Stan leveraged himself to his hooves with a grunt. "East path leads to the river. Dull, but relatively safe. North trail goes to the witch's cottage. She's touchy about visitors. South," he chuckled, a wheezing sound like ancient bellows. "South leads to interesting trouble." "Define interesting trouble." "If I defined it, it wouldn't be interesting anymore, would it?" Stan smirked, an expression alarming on equine features. "But if you're the type to flee arranged marriages with nothing but a fancy knife and attitude, you might find it educational." Seraphina's fingers tightened around Geraldine's hilt. "How did you—" "Omniscient, no. Observant, yes." Stan was already settling back down. "South path. Follow the moss. Don't mention my name if you meet anyone grumpy." Before she could demand clarification, the unicorn had closed his eyes, radiating the distinct aura of someone who considered the conversation irrevocably over. "Absolutely unhelpful magical guidance. Another princess cliché," she muttered, but headed south anyway. The rain intensified as afternoon wore into evening. Seraphina's gown, designed for ballrooms rather than wilderness expeditions, had evolved from merely damp to completely sodden. Her boots, at least, were proving their worth, though they now wore a thick coating of mud that added pounds to each step. Just as the last of her patience evaporated, the trees thinned, revealing a ravine slicing through the landscape. Spanning it stood a crumbling stone bridge, ancient and somehow defiant in its continued existence despite obvious structural concerns. "Finally," she sighed, approaching with the determined stride of someone whose royal training had never covered the possibility of spending a night outdoors. "Bridges mean roads, roads mean villages, villages mean inns with dry beds, and—" She froze mid-sentence. The runes carved into the bridge's stone supports had begun to glow a soft, ethereal blue, responding, apparently, to her proximity. A voice, neither entirely male nor female, emerged from the mist surrounding the structure. "Answer this riddle, traveler, if you wish to pass," intoned the disembodied voice. "What is broken when spoken?" Seraphina blinked rain from her eyelashes. "You must be joking." The silence suggested the bridge, or whatever animated it, was not, in fact, joking. A riddle? In this weather? I'm drenched, exhausted, and frankly questioning several of my life choices. She pushed dripping hair from her face. Let's see. What's broken when spoken? My patience? The social contract? My parents' expectations? A low rumble began beneath the bridge, stone vibrating with increasing intensity. Was it something I said? She called over the growing noise. Apparently it was. A flash of magical light erupted from beneath the bridge, momentarily blinding her. When her vision cleared, Seraphina found herself face to, chest? With the largest, mossiest being she'd ever encountered. Green-skinned and imposing, the troll glowered down at her with eyes like forest shadows. A pair of stone-gray horns curved from his forehead and, in a detail her stunned brain struggled to process, a delicate yellow flower peeked out from behind one ear. Another human failing the simplest riddle, he growled, voice like gravel dragged through molasses. The answer was silence. Silence is broken when spoken, everyone knows that. Ah, yes, silence, obviously. Seraphina attempted to subtly wring water from her sleeve. Well, this has been delightful, but I'll just be on my way across your charming bridge now. The troll's expression suggested she'd proposed something both ludicrous and faintly offensive. Without paying the toll? One eyebrow, bushier than seemed strictly necessary, rose toward his horns. Would you accept my sincere compliments on your moss? She gestured vaguely at the verdant growth covering portions of his shoulders and forearms. It's very... Instead of responding, the troll produced a weathered scroll from somewhere within his patched tunic. With a flick of his wrist, the document unfurled itself dramatically in the space between them, hovering on nothing as its text began to glow with contractual magic. Silverwood Bridge Crossing Statute, Paragraph 3, Subsection B, he recited with the practiced boredom of someone who'd memorized legal jargon against their will. All travelers must render appropriate payment or service equivalent before passage shall be granted. Seraphina squinted at the glowing text. And appropriate payment would be? Gold, magical items of equivalent value, or service to be determined by the current keeper of the bridge. He sniffed. That's me, Grumblethorn, of the Silverwood Bridge. Charmed, she replied, not feeling particularly so. As it happens, I'm a bit short on gold at the moment. Hasty departure and all that. Then you can't cross. Grumblethorn began rolling the scroll up with methodical precision. Don't be ridiculous. Seraphina stepped around him, marching toward the bridge with all the entitlement 17 years of royal upbringing could instill. I have important places to be, and... Her forward momentum halted abruptly as she collided with absolutely nothing at all. The impact sent her stumbling backward, dignity in tatters. An invisible barrier, apparently, stood between her and freedom. Grumblethorn sighed deeply, the sound of someone who'd witnessed this exact scenario far too many times. As I was saying, he continued, focusing intently on a nearby patch of moss that seemed to require immediate tending. Crossing requires payment. The barrier is magical. Contractual. Not my choice, just doing my job. His massive fingers delicately adjusted a tiny clump of greenery. Tradition. Seraphina straightened, channeling the diplomatic poise that had gotten her through countless excruciating state dinners. Surely we can reach a mutually beneficial arrangement, she began, smiling with practiced warmth. I am Princess Seraphina of Grevenwell, and while I may not have gold at this precise moment, my word carries significant weight. Perhaps a promissory note? Bridge magic doesn't recognize promissory notes. Grumblethorn didn't look up from his moss. A royal decree, then, granting you expanded territory? Don't want more territory. Maintaining this bridge is enough work. Tax exemption? Don't pay taxes. A royal title? Already have one. Keeper of the bridge. He finally met her gaze. It's not fancy, but it's mine. Seraphina's diplomatic smile grew strained. Perhaps a cultural exchange? I could teach you court dances, or the 17 proper ways to address foreign dignitaries, based on lunar cycles and hat size. Grumblethorn's monotone rejection continued. Don't dance, don't address dignitaries, don't care about hats. Her patience, already thin from the day's trials, snapped like an over-tightened lute string. Listen, you moss-covered mountain, she hissed. I've had an extremely trying day, involving escape plans, judgmental birds, a thoroughly unhelpful unicorn named Stan, and enough rain to drown a sea serpent. I need to cross this bridge. At the mention of Stan, Grumblethorn's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. A new strategy formed in Seraphina's mind. Years of court intrigue had taught her that when diplomacy failed, distraction often succeeded. Wait, she gasped, eyes widening with practiced wonder. Is that what I think it is? She pointed dramatically beyond the troll's shoulder. What? Despite obvious suspicion, Grumblethorn half-turned. There, by that tree, the legendary golden acorn of Westshire. She infused her voice with breathless excitement. My father, the king, has sought it for decades. It's said to grant eternal moss vigor to any who possess it. As the troll squinted into the rain-drenched forest, Seraphina made her move, darting toward the bridge with desperate speed. Freedom beckoned just steps away as she lunged forward, only to be thrown backward as the contract scroll flared with blinding golden light. She landed inelegantly in a puddle, simultaneously drenched and dazed. Grumblethorn, similarly affected, stumbled backward with a grunt of surprise. The scroll, apparently offended by her attempt to circumvent magical toll law, transformed before their eyes. It dissolved into particles of golden light, reforming as a shimmering thread that stretched between them, connecting Seraphina's wrist to Grumblethorn's. What just happened? She demanded, trying and failing to brush the magical tether away. Grumblethorn examined the connection with profound annoyance. You activated the binding clause. Attempted evasion of rightful toll. He sighed, a sound like wind through ancient caves. Now we're properly bound. Me as tollkeeper, you as debtor, until payment or service is rendered. Meaning what, exactly? Meaning, he growled, turning toward a narrow path leading beneath the bridge. You're stuck here, with me. He gestured for her to follow, the golden thread between them pulsing with light. Come on, it's getting dark, and you're dripping everywhere. Seraphina rose with as much dignity as her sodden state allowed. And where exactly are we going? My home. The words emerged reluctantly, each syllable dragged out against its will. Just don't touch anything, or talk too much, or expect. He paused, as if the next word physically pained him. Pillows. Resigning herself to the apparent reality of her situation, Seraphina followed the troll toward what appeared to be a cave entrance beneath the bridge. Geraldine hummed faintly at her hip, a warning or encouragement, she couldn't tell which. Fine, she muttered under her breath as they descended into shadow. But just so we're clear, I am absolutely not a damsel in distress. I am, at most, a damsel in a temporary contractual inconvenience. Grumblethorn's shoulders stiffened ahead of her, suggesting he'd heard every word. She smiled grimly. Good.
Chapter 2. Too much sparkle, not enough silence. Grumblethorn stomped ahead through the forest path, each footfall releasing small puffs of spores from the mushrooms lining the way. The princess followed behind him. Her ridiculous shoes. Were those actually combat boots under that gown? Crunching leaves with what seemed like deliberate emphasis. He hadn't kidnapped anyone in years, decades even, and certainly never royalty before. The bridge toll agreement had just escalated, rather quickly. Are we nearly there? I feel like we've been walking for ages. Her voice cut through his thoughts like an unwelcome sunbeam through cave moss. It's been 7 minutes. Grumblethorn grumbled over his shoulder, ducking his horns under a low-hanging branch. Patience is a virtue, Your Highness. So is hospitality, and yet here we are. He ignored that, focusing instead on the growing anxiety gnawing at his stone-like stomach. His cave wasn't prepared for visitors. It wasn't prepared for anyone. That was the entire point of living under a bridge at the edge of an enchanted forest, to be left alone with his thoughts, his moss, and his romance scrolls. Grumblethorn's pace quickened involuntarily. He'd left Forever Yours, Eternally Mine, A Tale of Two Centaurs, right out on his reading stump, and Moonlight Embrace was unrolled beside his sleeping moss, not to mention the entire collection of the Lonely Wizard's Heart series he'd traded 3 months of bridge crossings for. Are you running away from me while actively kidnapping me? That's a new one, the princess called, picking up her pace. Not running, he grunted. Efficient walking. The slope steepened as they approached Silverwood Bridge. The ancient stone structure arched gracefully over the ravine, its underside, his home for the last century, just visible through the morning mist. Grumblethorn made a mental inventory of everything he needed to hide. Scrolls, his embarrassingly extensive tea collection, his journal of moss growth measurements, the small pottery figures he'd been sculpting. Is that it? You live under an actual bridge? How charmingly on the nose. The princess had caught up to him, standing with her arms crossed and her eyebrow raised in that particularly annoying royal way. It's traditional, Grumblethorn muttered, and practical. Good drainage. I'm sure the property values are just skyrocketing. He shot her a glare that had sent knights running in the opposite direction, but she just smiled sweetly. This was going to be a long detention period. This way, he said, leading her down a narrow path that curved beneath the bridge's main arch. Watch your head, and your dress, and don't touch anything. The entrance to his cave was partially obscured by a curtain of hanging moss, carefully cultivated over decades to provide both privacy and a pleasant textural gradient. He swept it aside with one large clawed hand and gestured stiffly for her to enter. Ah, they're you, the princess said, with a little flourish of her hand. That's not how kidnapping works, Grumblethorn pointed out. I thought this was magical detainment, not kidnapping. Your words, not mine. He sighed, ducking his horns to enter first. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes darted frantically around the cave, searching for the most incriminating items. The romance scrolls. There they were, piled on his favorite reading stump. In 3 large steps he crossed the cave and casually, he hoped, shoved them behind a large rock. Just as the princess, the luminous moss he'd cultivated along the walls cast a soft greenish glow throughout the space. It was enough for him to see the princess's expression change from sarcastic disinterest to something else as she took in his home. It's not what I expected, she said, turning slowly. Grumblethorn shifted uncomfortably, suddenly seeing his cave through outside eyes. The stone walls dripped with his prized bioluminescent moss varieties, carefully arranged by growth pattern and light intensity. His furniture, stumps carefully selected, hollowed and smoothed, was arranged in what he'd always considered a practical layout. Shelves carved directly into the rock walls held hundreds of labeled jars, dried herbs, fungi specimens, crushed minerals, and ingredients for tinctures and teas. It smells like, she inhaled, mushrooms and something else. Not unpleasant, actually. Earth. That would be the earth, he said flatly, though secretly relieved she hadn't compared it to a damp grave, or troll sweat, or whatever prejudices princesses carried these days. She wandered further in, her fingers hovering near but thankfully not touching his collection of crystallized tree sap. Do you actually live here alone? It's huge. Standard troll cave dimensions, he said with a shrug, though it was actually quite modest by troll standards. Now, as per Section 3 of the Tollkeeper Regulation Statutes, I am required to inform you of the terms of your detainment. He cleared his throat and fell into the familiar cadence of the speech he'd had to deliver exactly twice before in his toll-keeping career. As you have failed to provide adequate toll payment, and as you have additionally failed the riddle of passage, you are hereby detained under the ancient laws of bridge crossing until such time as... Are you listening? The princess had wandered over to his hanging herb garden and was gently touching the leaves of a mint plant. Oh, yes, detained, ancient laws, blah, blah. Is this chocolate mint? I didn't know it could grow indoors. It's enchanted mint, and... Don't touch that. Grumblethorn hurried over as she reached for a vibrant purple plant with silver-edged leaves. That's dreamy nightshade. One touch, and you'll sleep for a week, with extremely vivid nightmares about your childhood pets. I never had pets, she said, but withdrew her hand. Palace rules, though I did befriend a kitchen mouse once, named him Sir Crumsalot. Grumblethorn stared at her, momentarily derailed. That's not relevant. Now, as I was saying... Where do I sleep? She interrupted, moving on to inspect his workbench. You do have an extra bed, right? Or is there a special princess dungeon? Please say there's not a princess dungeon. So cliché. He pinched the bridge of his nose, a habit he'd picked up from a human merchant who'd been detained 3 decades ago. There is no dungeon. There is an alcove. He pointed to a small recess in the cave wall, where fresh moss, his softest variety, had been arranged into a cushiony platform. It's perfectly adequate for royalty, too. I changed the moss this morning. How thoughtful of you to prepare for your kidnapping victim. Detainee, he corrected automatically. And I change it weekly, regardless of guests. Cleanliness is important. She approached the alcove, prodding the moss with one finger. It's... actually quite soft. Dicentra moss holds moisture without feeling damp and naturally repels cave mites. He caught himself starting to explain his moss cultivation techniques and stopped abruptly. Anyway, the magical contract's boundaries extend approximately 20 yards in all directions from the center of the bridge. You cannot physically leave this area until the terms are fulfilled. Which 3 weeks of service, or the equivalent toll payment of 7 gold pieces. She snorted. I have a royal treasury at home, and you're holding me for 3 weeks over 7 gold pieces? It's the principle, Grumblethorn said stiffly. Rules are rules. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with loneliness or wanting company, she said, her voice dripping with false innocence. His ears flattened against his head. I enjoy solitude. Your presence is an inconvenience conducted out of professional obligation. She hummed, already distracted by his jar collection. What's in all these? Various things. Organized alphabetically by medicinal property, magical category, and seasonal effectiveness. He moved toward his gardening corner, hoping to signal the end of the conversation. His prized phosphorescent fungi needed tending, and the careful task always calmed his nerves. Behind him he heard the distinct sound of glass clinking against glass. He turned slowly, a sense of dread building. The princess had taken 3 jars from different shelves and was arranging them in a row on his workbench. What, he asked with forced calm, are you doing? These look much better arranged, by color, don't you think? All the blue ones together, then the greens, then yellows. She reached for another jar. Grumblethorn made a strangled sound and hurried over. They are not organized by color. They're organized by use. Blue dwarf cap goes with healing fungi, not with blue toad flax. That's a completely different category. But it looks prettier this way, she insisted, already rearranging a second shelf. You have all these beautiful colored jars hidden in random places. You should showcase them. They're not random. They're alphabetical within their functional categories. He snatched a jar of something yellow and glowing from her hand. This is Sundrop Essence. It goes with the light-generating compounds, not with the yellow things. But wouldn't it be easier to find if all the yellow things were together? You could just say, I need something yellow, and there they all are. Grumblethorn stared at her in genuine horror. Why would I ever think I need something yellow? What possible purpose would that categorization serve? Etic harmony, she said confidently. Have trolls not discovered the joy of interior decoration? We have, he grumbled, hastily replacing jars to their proper positions. But practical organization supersedes visual frivolities in troll culture. Our cave systems are extensive and require standardized organizational principles to... He stopped abruptly, realizing he was revealing more about troll habits than he'd intended. To what? She prompted, looking genuinely interested. Nothing, he muttered, flushing a deeper shade of green. Just put them back where you found them. While he methodically reorganized his displaced jars, mumbling about categorical imperatives and the death of logic, the princess wandered to another shelf near his small stone fire pit. Is this tea? She asked, opening a small wooden box and inhaling. It smells like cinnamon and... something else. Grumblethorn's shoulders tensed. His tea collection was a particular point of pride and privacy. Yes, he said curtly. She had already opened another container. This one smells like lavender and moonlight. How does a smell like moonlight? That's impressive. Despite his irritation, he felt a flicker of pride. It's lunar lavender, harvested only during the full moon when the dew collects on the petals. The moonlight you're smelling is actually concentrated moonbeam essence. And this one? She'd moved on to a blue ceramic jar. Blue Mountain Calm, good for anxiety and preventing horn aches. Horn aches. He gestured to his own curved horns. They can get sensitive to atmospheric pressure changes. That blend has willow bark and butterfly pea flower. She nodded with surprising seriousness and continued down the shelf. And this? It smells like burnt sugar and regret. Hartmann tea. For emotional discomfort. He shifted uncomfortably. I keep a variety of blends for different purposes. I didn't expect trolls to be such tea enthusiasts, she said, opening yet another container. We're not, generally speaking. He hesitated. Appreciate the subtleties. She smiled. Not her earlier sarcastic smirk, but something that seemed almost genuine. I respect that. At the palace, tea is served in specific ways at specific times, with specific rules about how to hold the cup and which finger to extend. Takes all the joy out of it. Grumblethorn found himself wanting to ask more about these bizarre royal tea customs, but caught himself. I need to check my moss garden, he said abruptly. Don't touch anything else. He retreated to the far side of the cave where his prized carpet of soft-growth moss needed misting. He took longer than necessary, carefully spraying each section with his finest stone mister, trying to regain his emotional equilibrium. Having another person in his space was overwhelming. Having a princess was unbearable. When he finally turned back, the sight that greeted him nearly stopped his heart. Seraphina stood at his workbench, pouring steaming water into a cup that contained the unmistakable rose-colored leaves from the dusty jar on the highest shelf. The one labeled, Love me not, in his careful script. No, he bellowed, lunging across the cave. But it was too late. She had already taken a sip of the bright pink liquid. This one's interesting, kind of sweet, but with a tangy... Oh, The tea suddenly shifted color, deepening to a vibrant magenta that seemed to glow from within. It bubbled over the cup's edge despite not being nearly full enough to do so, and the steam rising from it curled into distinct heart shapes. "What's it doing?" she asked, fascinated rather than alarmed. "Put that down." Grumblethorn reached for the cup, trying to take it from her hands. "It's just tea, what the—" In the ensuing tug-of-war, a drop of the tea splashed onto his finger and instantly made its way to his mouth. An automatic response from centuries of taste-testing his brews. The effect was immediate and mortifying. The tea deepened to a rich, royal purple. The humming that began was soft at first, then grew to an unmistakable harmonic resonance that filled the cave. The heart-shaped steam multiplied and began to twirl in choreographed patterns between them. They both stepped back from the cup as if it had burned them. "What," Seraphina asked slowly, "was that?" Grumblethorn cleared his throat, looking anywhere but at her. "It's an emotion-sensing tea from the northern mountains, very unreliable, known for dramatic overreactions." "Emotion-sensing?" she repeated. "What emotion is it sensing, exactly?" He became intensely interested in a spot on the wall. "It's, supposedly, a compatibility indicator." "Compatibility as in—" "Emotional resonance," he muttered. "But it's completely unreliable, especially with cross-species readings, notoriously exaggerated, probably just detecting our mutual irritation and converting it to the closest magical frequency." "Purple heart-shaped steam is the magical frequency for irritation?" "Fascinating. That's not what He backed away, directly into his prized luminescent fungi display, knocking over a carefully arranged specimen. He fumbled to catch it, nearly dropped it again, and finally clutched it to his chest like a shield. "It means nothing. Nothing at all. Just a silly tea trick. Very common. Very meaningless." She watched him with a small smile that made him deeply uncomfortable. "If you say so." "I do say so, and now it's late, and you should sleep. In your alcove, over there, far away." He gestured vaguely to the moss bed. "Whatever you say, toll-keeper Grumblethorn." He watched suspiciously as she made her way to the alcove, settling onto the moss with unexpected grace for someone in a partially mud-splattered gown. She pulled that strange dagger. What had she called it? Geraldine. From her boot, and placed it beside her makeshift pillow. "Good night, then," she said lightly. "Thank you for the tea experience." He grunted something noncommittal and turned away, busying himself with extinguishing most of the cave's lights. Once he heard her breathing slow and deepen, he moved silently through the cave. One by one he gathered every emotionally reactive tea in his collection, the dream sharer, the truth teller, the heart's desire, and especially the love me not, and secreted them inside a hollowed rock behind his bookshelf. He pushed a heavy volume of Bridge Engineering Through the Ages in front of the hiding spot for good measure. As he turned to his own sleeping area, he caught a flash of movement from the princess's alcove. Her eyes weren't entirely closed, and if he wasn't mistaken, there was a small, secret smile playing on her lips. He heard her whisper something to her dagger, but couldn't make out the words. Grumblethorn sank onto his own moss bed with a deep sigh, suddenly exhausted. This was going to be the longest 3 weeks of his considerable life.
Chapter 3. That's not what the contract meant. Seraphina woke to a sound so unexpected, it took her sleep-addled brain several moments to identify it. Humming, deep, rumbly humming that vibrated through the cave walls like distant thunder, but gentler. She kept her eyes half closed, letting her surroundings come into focus gradually. Grumblethorn sat with his broad back to her, hunched over a collection of tiny clay pots arranged in a semicircle. Sunlight poured through a crack in the ceiling, creating a spotlight on his mossy shoulders as he worked. His massive hands, each finger ending in a claw that could easily tear through armor, moved with surprising delicacy over the smallest sprouts Seraphina had ever seen. "There you go," he murmured to a patch of emerald moss. "That's better, isn't it? Just needed a bit of morning dew." She watched as he used an eyedropper. How did those huge fingers manage an eyedropper to place a single drop of water onto each tiny plant? The tenderness in his movements was so at odds with the gruff way he'd snatched her bag yesterday, or how he'd stomped around preparing dinner while pointedly ignoring her attempts at conversation. Grumblethorn stroked a minuscule fern with one claw tip. "You're looking peaky today. Too much sun? Let's move you over here." He shifted the pot with the gentleness of a nursemaid handling a newborn. Seraphina bit her lip to keep from making a sound. She'd demanded her freedom, offered gold, and tried trickery, but in all their interactions, he'd never once spoken to her with the soft reverence he was now showing to a patch of moss. "Good morning," she announced loudly, sitting up with deliberate abruptness. Grumblethorn's shoulders shot up to his ears as he whirled around, nearly knocking over his precious plant arrangement. The tenderness vanished from his face, replaced by his now familiar scowl. "You're awake," he grunted, as though this were a personal inconvenience rather than a natural biological function. Astute observation. Seraphina swung her legs over the side of the surprisingly comfortable moss bed he'd grudgingly prepared for her. "Do all trolls talk to plants, or is it just you?" His gray cheeks darkened slightly. "I wasn't. That's not—" He cleared his throat. "Breakfast." With that eloquent declaration, he stomped toward the back of the cave, where a small fire pit and what generously might be called a kitchen area waited. Seraphina followed, running her fingers through her tangled hair and trying not to think about how desperately she needed a proper bath. Breakfast turned out to be porridge, which looked suspiciously like gray sludge but smelled tantalizingly of cinnamon and honey. Grumblethorn ladled it into 2 bowls, one small ceramic one for her, and a massive wooden bowl that resembled a serving platter for himself. He placed them on a low rock that served as a table, then set down a mug of steaming tea beside her bowl. "Don't touch that yet," he warned as she reached for it. "Too hot." "I'm not a child," Seraphina retorted, even as she withdrew her hand. Grumblethorn didn't reply, just settled his enormous frame onto a boulder across from her and began eating with mechanical precision. Seraphina glanced at the collection of mismatched cups and mugs arranged on a nearby shelf. With deliberate casualness, she rose from her seat, walked to the shelf, and selected a lumpy, moss-green mug with a chip in its rim. She returned to the table, poured her tea from the original cup into this new one, and sat down with a bright smile. Grumblethorn's eye twitched. "Problem?" she asked innocently. "That's my mug," he said, each word dropping like a stone. "Is it? I had no idea." She took a long, deliberate sip, maintaining eye contact the entire time. Delicious. What kind of tea is this?" His jaw worked back and forth as though he were physically chewing his irritation. "Morning fog. It's, helpful for clarity." "Is that why your eye is twitching? Lack of clarity?" He growled, and shoveled another massive spoonful of porridge into his mouth. Seraphina savored both the surprisingly good tea and the satisfaction of having ruffled his mossy feathers. After finishing her breakfast, which was also unexpectedly delicious, she stood with theatrical flourish. "Well, I believe I'll go explore my prison today," she announced, draping the back of her hand across her forehead in a pose of tragic suffering. "Perhaps map the perimeter of my captivity, count the steps of my confinement, standard prisoner activities." Grumblethorn stared at her. "It's not a prison," says the jailer, Seraphina replied, snatching up Geraldine from beside her makeshift bed and tucking the dagger into her belt. She strode toward the cave entrance, trailing her fingertips dramatically along the rough stone wall as she went. "Don't wait up, Warden." Just before exiting, she glanced back to find Grumblethorn watching her with an expression of utter bewilderment. She flashed him her most dazzling princess smile, the one she'd perfected for tedious diplomatic functions, and swept outside. Once in the open air, Seraphina's theatrical exit gave way to genuine curiosity. The morning sun illuminated the small clearing in front of the cave, revealing details she'd missed in yesterday's panic and anger. The ancient bridge arched elegantly over a burbling stream, its stones covered in the same emerald moss that sprouted on Grumblethorn's shoulders. Wild flowers dotted the grass, and birdsong filled the air with a melody much cheerier than her situation warranted. "Right," she muttered to herself, drawing Geraldine. The dagger hummed softly in her hand, as if pleased to be included in the morning's activities. "Let's find out exactly how trapped we are." She began walking in expanding circles, using Geraldine's point to tap against trees at regular intervals. When she reached what she suspected might be the boundary, she pressed the dagger forward. Nothing happened. She took another step. Still nothing. "Ha," she said, continuing onward. The invisible boundary extended further than she'd expected. She could reach a small, crystal-clear pond about 100 paces from the bridge. In the opposite direction, she discovered a clearing filled with mushrooms in colors she'd never seen before. Violet caps with silver spots, fungi that glowed faintly even in daylight, and tiny red specimens that seemed to turn to follow her movement like curious eyes. She continued her explorations, occasionally checking if Grumblethorn was watching from the cave entrance. He wasn't, and discovered that while she could wander quite far in any direction, she could never lose sight of the bridge entirely. If she walked until the ancient structure was just barely visible through the trees and tried to go further, an invisible force held her back. Not painfully, but firmly, like walking into a wall of thick honey. Eventually, her circuit brought her back to the pond she'd discovered earlier. Tired from her mapping expedition, Seraphina knelt at the water's edge and gazed at her reflection. Her once elegant auburn hair hung in tangled waves around her face. Smudges of dirt decorated her cheeks, and her formerly pristine traveling dress was now creased and stained with grass and mud. "Well, Lady Hortense would have a complete fit if she could see you now," she told her reflection, referring to the palace etiquette instructor who'd spent years drilling proper appearance into her. Hair unkempt, face unwashed, sleeping in a cave with a troll. She affected the woman's pinched expression. "Most unbecoming for a princess of your stature, Your Highness." Seraphina practiced her cutting remarks for when she eventually returned home. "Yes, Mother, I did flee my own engagement ball. Prince Edmund's conversation was about as interesting as watching paint dry on a particularly dull wall." She straightened her shoulders. "Father, I refuse to be married off like a prize cow just to secure the western border. Perhaps try actual diplomacy instead?" But as she rehearsed these speeches, something unexpected happened. The thought of returning to the palace, to the stifling routines, the endless obligations, the smiling faces that masked calculating minds, brought a heaviness to her chest that had nothing to do with her current predicament. "That's odd," she murmured, touching her reflection in the water. A rustling from the bushes behind her interrupted her thoughts. Seraphina whirled around, Geraldine at the ready. "Put that letter opener away before you hurt yourself," came a raspy voice from the underbrush. A moment later, a plump raccoon with unnaturally bright, almost glowing eyes waddled into view. The creature stood on its hind legs and placed its front paws on its generous hips. "Tilda of Toadfin, at your service. Except, I don't actually serve anyone, least of all pampered royals." Seraphina blinked. "You're a raccoon. And you're a princess. Now that we've established these obvious facts, perhaps we can move on to more interesting conversation." Tilda sauntered forward and eyed Geraldine with inappropriate interest. "That's a pretty little thing. Enchanted? Yes, definitely enchanted. I can smell the magic from here." "Don't touch her," Seraphina warned, pulling the dagger back protectively. "She doesn't like strangers." "Her." Tilda's whiskers twitched in amusement. "Named your dagger, did you? How adorably tragic." The raccoon circled Seraphina. her bright eyes taking in every detail. Expensive boots despite the mud, posture like you've got a stack of etiquette books balanced on your head, and oh yes, she nodded knowingly, that particular expression princesses get when they're pretending they're not scared. Seen it before, honey. Not impressed. I'm not scared, Seraphina insisted, straightening her spine even further. I'm irritated at being detained against my will by a moss-covered hermit with boundary issues. Tilda snorted. Sure, that's all it is. She scratched behind one ear thoughtfully. I could share some secrets about trolls that might be useful, or completely useless, depending on how stubborn you're feeling today. Despite herself, Seraphina's curiosity piqued. What sort of secrets? Tilda waddled over to a flat, sun-warmed rock and hoisted herself onto it with surprising grace. She settled comfortably, stretching out as though preparing for a lengthy discourse. Well, she began, examining her claws with exaggerated casualness, troll magic works best on people who lie to themselves. I don't lie to myself, Seraphina retorted automatically. Tilda gave her a look of such profound pity that Seraphina actually flushed. You see, princess, the raccoon continued, pausing to pick something. Seraphina hoped it was a berry, from her fur and pop it into her mouth. Bridges are thresholds, honey. They're about crossing from one truth to another. Tilda stretched languidly. Why do you think the old stories always put trolls under bridges? It's not because we like damp foundations. We? Are you a troll? Do I look like a troll? Tilda rolled her eyes. No, but I've known many. Pay attention. She began meticulously cleaning her paws. Bridges represent transition, transformation. Trolls guard these transitions. They can't help it. It's in their nature to challenge those who want to cross from one state to another. Seraphina frowned. That's ridiculous. Grumblethorn detained me because of some silly toll law. Tilda hummed noncommittally. And you couldn't pay the toll. I offered gold. He refused it. Because the contract requires payment, or service, Tilda said, making air quotes with her tiny paws. But have you considered that there might be a third option? Seraphina narrowed her eyes. What third option? Honesty, Tilda said simply. Magical bonds don't care about gold or labor nearly as much as they care about truth, especially troll contracts. That's absurd, Seraphina scoffed, but a faint uneasiness crept into her stomach. Is it? Tilda shrugged. Try it and see. What's the worst that could happen? Irritated by the raccoon's smug insight, Seraphina stood and brushed off her skirts. Are you suggesting that I somehow triggered this binding myself, that this is my fault? Tilda yawned, displaying tiny sharp teeth. The riddle answer was silence, by the way. The thing that breaks when spoken. But maybe what needed breaking was your silence about what you're running from. Seraphina stared at the raccoon. How do you know about the riddle? I know lots of things. It's a burden, really. Tilda hopped off the rock. Good luck with your troll. He's grumpier than most, but not the worst I've met. Determined to prove Tilda wrong, Seraphina marched toward what she believed was the boundary of the enchantment, the point furthest from the bridge where she'd felt resistance earlier. As she walked, she mentally recited her honest reasons for fleeing the palace. She wanted freedom. She deserved to choose her own path. She refused to be a political pawn. These were all true, she assured herself. Complete honesty. Nothing held back. When she reached the invisible barrier, she pressed forward with determination. The air shimmered with gold light, like sunshine through honey. Suddenly, the forest around her vanished. She was 12 years old again, hiding behind the massive tapestry in the palace's small council chamber. The heavy fabric scratched her cheek as she peered through a gap, watching her parents bent over maps and documents. The western provinces grow restless, her father said, his finger tracing a boundary line. We need to secure their loyalty. Seraphina will be of marriageable age in a few years, her mother replied coolly. The Westbrook heir is only 5 years her senior. A good match. Indeed, she's our most valuable diplomatic asset. Her mother nodded. We've raised her well for this purpose. She'll understand her duty when the time comes. Young Seraphina clutched her favorite book of fairy tales tighter to her chest, feeling something cold and heavy settle in her stomach. The scent of roses from the palace gardens wafted through the open windows, mixing with the musty smell of the ancient tapestry. As quickly as it had come, the vision vanished. Seraphina found herself on her knees in the forest, gasping for breath. The smell of roses lingered in her nostrils, though none grew nearby. Fascinating reaction. She looked up to find Tilda watching her, head tilted to one side. What was that? Seraphina managed, her voice unsteady. Memory? Truth? Magic? All of the above? Tilda approached, her bright eyes softer than before. Tricky things, magical contracts. They don't just bind your feet, princess. They bind your heart until you untangle it. Before Seraphina could respond, Tilda scampered away into the undergrowth, leaving her alone with the lingering scent of palace roses and the chill of an old revelation. Seraphina clutched Geraldine, feeling the dagger hum with what almost seemed like concern. "This is so much worse than I thought," she whispered, staring at the spot where the barrier had shown her not just any memory, but the exact moment when she'd realized what she truly was to her family. Not a daughter, an asset, a tool, a thing to be used. She'd buried that memory so deeply she'd almost convinced herself it never happened. But the magical barrier hadn't just stopped her, it had shown her exactly why she couldn't cross. Not yet. With trembling legs, she rose and turned back toward the bridge, where she knew Grumblethorn would be tending his plants or organizing his tea collection, or doing whatever trolls did when they weren't kidnapping princesses. For the first time since her capture, Seraphina walked toward the cave not with indignation but with a quiet, unsettling question forming in her mind. What if being trapped here wasn't her worst problem? What if the real trap was the one she'd been living in all along?
Chapter 4. Why is the plant judging me? Grumblethorn trudged back toward his cave, the woven sack of freshly harvested fungi bumping gently against his mossy hip. The morning's gathering had been strangely productive. He'd found 3 perfect specimens of glimmertoads, those rare mushrooms that release tiny sparks when crushed for tea, perfect for his evening meditation. He felt almost content. The princess had been oddly quiet when he'd left at dawn, barely looking up from some scraps of fabric she'd been fidgeting with. Perhaps she'd finally accepted her temporary fate and would stop pestering him with endless questions about troll cuisine and why he didn't have proper seating arrangements. The thought of peaceful coexistence lifted his spirits as he ducked under the low entrance to his cave, already anticipating the familiar comfort of his stone dwelling. He froze mid-step. This was not his cave. Or rather, it was... The basic stone architecture remained, but someone had unleashed what could only be described as a decorative catastrophe upon every available surface. Vibrant fabrics and blues and purples draped his stone furniture like colonial invaders claiming territory. His storage shelves bore tiny parchment flags with elegant script, and there, in the center of it all, perched Seraphina, atop his sacred meditation rock, stuffing something shimmery into what appeared to be... Grumblethorn's breath caught. A pillow. A pillow in his cave. He stood paralyzed, watching as she deftly stitched the final corner with surprising efficiency, then fluffed the finished abomination with a satisfied smile. It was golden and tasseled and deeply, profoundly offensive to every trollish sensibility he possessed. Yet, something treacherous stirred within him as his gaze swept across the transformed space. The fabrics, where had she even found such colors, caught the natural glow of his carefully cultivated moss patches, reflecting and amplifying the light. The cavern no longer looked like a functional dwelling where a troll happened to sleep. It looked like a home. The realization crawled uncomfortably up his spine. Seraphina finally noticed him, her eyes brightening. "Oh, you're back earlier than I expected." She patted the hideous golden pillow with undisguised pride. "What do you think?" Grumblethorn found his voice at last, though it emerged as a strangled growl. He gestured at the tasseled monstrosity with a clawed hand that trembled slightly with emotion. "Trolls don't use decorative textiles." "Well, this one does now," Seraphina replied without missing a beat. She continued fluffing the pillow with exaggerated care, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Unless you prefer stone-induced back pain as some kind of trollish badge of honor." "I prefer things exactly as they were," he rumbled, dropping his sack of fungi onto the floor with a thud. "And where did you even find all of this?" He waved his hand at the explosion of color that had infected his space. "Oh, that," Seraphina said with feigned nonchalance. "While you were out committing mushroom crimes, I explored a bit. There's a small passage behind that crooked shelf." She pointed toward an unassuming crack in the wall that Grumblethorn had always assumed was just another irregularity in the cave's structure. "It opens into the most fascinating little storage chamber, absolutely filled with trunks. Trunks," she emphasized, "containing all these beautiful fabrics." Grumblethorn blinked in shock. The hidden chamber, of course. His grandmother's collection. Forgotten for decades, sealed away after she'd passed. He hadn't even thought about that space in years. "Those belong to my grandmother," he said stiffly. "They're not for redecorating." "She had exquisite taste," Seraphina replied, undeterred. "And they were just sitting there, gathering dust? You can't possibly think she'd want her beautiful things to be forgotten forever." She smoothed a hand over a particularly vibrant length of indigo silk. "These deserve to be seen, to be used." Grumblethorn stomped toward his tea shelf, seeking the comfort of familiar organization, only to discover another atrocity. Each jar bore a neatly calligraphed label, not just with names, but with descriptions. He snatched up his prized moonroot blend, gaping at the tiny scroll affixed to its surface. "Tastes like midnight clouds and regret. Pairs well with introspection." "These are private," he sputtered, whirling to face Seraphina, who had risen from the meditation rock, now covered with no fewer than 4 pillows in varying shades of gold and purple. "My tea collection is not for appreciation," she offered innocently. "I thought the labels might help me avoid another unfortunate incident like yesterday. Unless you'd prefer I drink the wrong, emotion-altering brew again?" "I'd prefer," Grumblethorn said, placing the jar back with deliberate control, "that you ask before you rearrange someone's entire existence." Seraphina crossed her arms. "I've improved your existence. This cave was one toadstool away from being a sad stone box." "It's supposed to be a sad stone box." The words erupted louder than he'd intended. He gestured expansively at the transformed space. "Trolls require proper aesthetic minimalism. It's traditional. Essential." "Nonsense." Seraphina moved to adjust a particularly vibrant blue fabric draped across his reading nook. "Even moss enthusiasts deserve comfort. And before you growl some other trollish excuse, I'll remind you that you're keeping me here against my will. The least you can offer is basic hospitality upgrades." Grumblethorn circled around her, feeling increasingly trapped in his own home. "I'm not keeping you here. The contract is. And the contract says nothing about—" He picked up a small cushion embroidered with what appeared to be stars. "Whatever this nonsense is." "It's called making the best of a situation," Seraphina replied, snatching the cushion from his grasp. "You might try it sometime instead of grumbling about everything." "I don't grumble about everything," Grumblethorn grumbled. They continued their orbit of one another. voices rising as they debated the merits of stone versus softness, of tradition versus comfort, of solitude versus forced companionship. The cave, despite its new expansive feeling of decor, seemed to shrink around them as they argued. Seraphina moved toward his sleeping alcove, a length of woven vines draped over her arm. "All I'm saying is that everyone deserves a little privacy. Even you." She reached up, preparing to hang the makeshift curtain across the entrance to his sleeping nook. "Don't." Grumblethorn moved without thinking, his large hand closing around her slender wrist to halt her movement. They both froze. The cave fell suddenly, completely silent. Grumblethorn became acutely aware of the feeling of her pulse beneath his fingers, quick and light. Her skin was warm against his cooler touch. Neither of them moved or spoke, caught in a moment of unexpected contact that felt strangely significant. A loud rustling broke the silence. Across the cave, Fern, who had been suspiciously quiet throughout the entire confrontation, suddenly stirred in her earthenware pot. Her leaves trembled dramatically before unfurling several new fronds in rapid succession. The plant stretched toward them, as if straining to better observe the scene. "Your plant has opinions?" Seraphina asked, her voice softer than before. Grumblethorn quickly released her wrist, taking a step back. "Too many," he muttered, rubbing his hand against his tunic as if to erase the lingering sensation of her skin. Seraphina didn't immediately return to her curtain-hanging mission. Instead, she studied Fern with open curiosity. "She's not just a plant, is she? She's responsive." "Judgmental is the word you're looking for," Grumblethorn said, glaring at Fern, who rustled her new leaves in what could only be described as smug agreement. "How fascinating." Seraphina moved toward Fern, granting Grumblethorn a momentary reprieve from their standoff. "Does she talk?" "Not with words, thankfully. One opinionated female in this cave is already more than enough." Seraphina shot him a look, then returned her attention to Fern. "Well, I think she's lovely." She reached out, gently touching one of the plant's leaves. "And she obviously has excellent taste, since she seems to like me." Before Grumblethorn could formulate a suitably dismissive response, Seraphina had already moved on, her boundless energy drawing her toward a stone shelf partially hidden behind his work table. His heart plummeted as he realized which shelf she'd discovered. "What are these?" she asked, already reaching for one of the carefully rolled parchments. "Don't." Grumblethorn lunged across the cave with speed that belied his size, but his foot caught on one of the new plush cushions that had migrated to the floor during their argument. He stumbled, arms windmilling, directly into Seraphina. They went down together in a tangle of limbs and indignant exclamations, landing amid a cascade of scrolls that tumbled from the shelf. Parchments unfurled around them, revealing illuminated pages filled with illustrations that Grumblethorn desperately wished would spontaneously combust. Sprawled atop a particularly detailed scroll depicting two lovers embracing beneath an enchanted waterfall, Seraphina stared first at the illustration, then up at Grumblethorn, who had landed half across her, one massive arm braced on the stone floor beside her head. "Are these?" Her eyes widened in delighted disbelief. "Romance scrolls?" Grumblethorn wanted nothing more than for the cave floor to open up and drop him into the deepest, darkest underground river. "They're historical texts," he tried, the lie transparent even to his own ears. "Historical texts featuring..." She glanced down at the scroll beneath them. "Passionate embraces? And what appears to be a very detailed kissing scene?" They were close, too close. Grumblethorn could see every freckle scattered across her nose, count the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. Her hair had come partly loose from its braid, spilling across the illustrated lovers in a way that made his throat go dry. Her hand had somehow landed on his chest, right above where his heart was pounding with humiliating force. "It's research," he managed, voice rougher than usual. "Research. Her lips quirked up at one corner, forming a half-smile that did strange things to his insides. Into what, exactly? Human customs. He couldn't look away from her face. Purely academic. Of course. She didn't sound convinced. Her eyes dropped briefly to his mouth before meeting his gaze again. Very scholarly of you. The air between them seemed to thicken. Grumblethorn became aware of every detail, the slight parting of her lips, the way her chest rose and fell with quickened breath, the subtle floral scent that clung to her hair. Time stretched, elastic and strange. Without warning, the sigil that bound them together, the magical contract that had started this entire mess, flared to brilliant life. Light pulsed between them, so bright it was almost painful, spreading outward in concentric waves that rippled across the cave walls. The luminous moss that Grumblethorn had cultivated for years responded to the magical surge, patches flaring from their usual gentle glow to blinding intensity. The entire cave was suddenly illuminated, as if the sun itself had descended among them. Across the room, Fern reacted with alarming enthusiasm, erupting into full, riotous bloom. Flowers burst forth across her entire surface, delicate purple blossoms that immediately released a sweet, heady fragrance into the air. "What's happening?" Seraphina gasped, though she made no move to break away. Grumblethorn's head swam with the combined assault of magical light, Seraphina's proximity, and Fern's inappropriately romantic perfume. Panic surged through him, not at the magic itself, but at the implications of its response to whatever this moment was. He abruptly pushed himself up and away, rising to his feet with ungraceful haste. Without looking at Seraphina, he stomped toward the farthest corner of his cave, where his specimen table stood cluttered with fungi sorted by luminosity and magical properties. "Decoration time is over," he announced gruffly, his back to her as he began aggressively reorganizing specimens that were already perfectly organized. "Some of us have actual work to do." He heard her shifting among the scrolls, gathering herself to stand. When he risked a glance over his shoulder, her expression wasn't what he expected. Not irritation or amusement at his brusque dismissal, but something more complicated. A flash of hurt quickly masked by practiced indifference. "Heaven forbid anyone interrupt the very important business of fungi alphabetization," she said. But the usual spark was missing from her voice. She busied herself collecting the scattered scrolls, carefully rolling each one before returning it to the shelf. Grumblethorn turned back to his specimens, pretending complete absorption in his task while actually seeing nothing. His hands moved automatically while his mind replayed the moment they'd fallen. Her surprised gasp, the weight of her against him, the way the sigil had responded not to conflict but to something else. Behind him, he heard Seraphina abandon her curtain project and move toward her newly created sitting area. The magical light had subsided, returning the cave to its normal soft glow, but the memory of that brilliant flash remained imprinted in his vision. Fern's flowers hadn't receded, though. If anything, they seemed to be multiplying, their scent growing stronger by the minute. "Your plant," Seraphina said quietly from across the cave. "Is she supposed to be doing that?" "No," Grumblethorn replied without turning around. "She is not." A lengthy silence followed, broken only by Fern's occasional rustling as she adjusted her blooms for maximum effect. "I'll remove the curtain if it bothers you that much," Seraphina finally offered. "But the pillows stay. My royal backside wasn't made for stone seating." It was an olive branch, delivered with characteristic sass but genuine all the same. Grumblethorn felt something tight in his chest ease slightly. "The curtain can stay," he conceded, still not facing her. "But I draw the line at scented candles." "I haven't even started on candles yet," she replied, a hint of her usual mischief returning. "But now that you mention it..." Grumblethorn turned just enough to cast her a warning look. "Don't push your luck, princess." For the first time since the sigil's flare, their eyes met properly. Something unspoken passed between them, an acknowledgement of the moment they'd shared, and mutually agreed to ignore, at least for now. "Fine," Seraphina said, settling back against her golden pillows with a small smile. "I'll save the candles for tomorrow."
Chapter 5. I am not flustered, I am allergic to chaos. Seraphina stormed through the forest, slashing her enchanted dagger through innocent ferns and vines with each furious step. The gentle hum from Geraldine suggested the dagger was enjoying this violent botanical tour more than it probably should. "The absolute nerve," she hissed, whacking a particularly innocent sapling. "Criticizing my decorating choices when he literally talks to moss. Moss!" She stabbed dramatically at a mushroom. "Oh, I'm sorry the pillows offend your delicate troll sensibilities. Heaven forbid! Something in that cave doesn't smell like wet dirt and regret." A tear slid down her cheek, which she wiped away with such aggressive swiftness that she nearly poked herself in the eye with Geraldine. The dagger hummed sympathetically. "I am not crying," she informed a nearby squirrel who hadn't asked. "I have allergies to trolls and their stupid faces." Another tear escaped. She swiped it away, refusing to acknowledge that the ache in her chest had nothing to do with the mile of forest she'd just stomped through. The trees around her seemed to sigh collectively, branches shifting and creaking. Seraphina paused, finally noticing that the forest path wasn't quite where she remembered it. The trees appeared to be leaning away, creating a natural pathway that definitely hadn't existed moments before. The forest was making way? "Hello? Is this a trap? Because I've had quite enough magical nonsense for one." The path opened to a sunlit clearing that Seraphina would have sworn on her royal lineage hadn't been there before. In the center stood a crooked cottage that looked as if it had been assembled by someone with a liberal interpretation of gravity. Ivy crawled across its wonky facade, and instead of a chimney, porcelain teapots of various sizes released curling plumes of lavender-tinted steam into the air. A wooden sign hung from the door, swinging gently despite the absence of wind. "We steep what the soul needs." That's ominous. Seraphina narrowed her eyes, automatically falling back on years of diplomatic training. She mentally catalogued potential threats. Enchanted cottage, obviously. Possible witch dwelling, highly likely. Could be a trap, when wasn't it? At minimum, this place was a flagrant violation of whatever passed for building codes in enchanted forests. And yet, the aroma drifting from the open windows wrapped around her like a familiar embrace. Cinnamon and vanilla, with an undertone of something else. Something that smelled strangely like regret, if regret had a scent. It reminded her of her grandmother's chambers, of quiet conversations and secrets shared over porcelain cups. Geraldine hummed in what sounded like eager encouragement. "Fine," Seraphina muttered, "but if I get turned into a toad, I'm blaming you." The dagger vibrated happily in response. She approached the door, which swung open before her knuckles could make contact. Inside, chaos reigned in the most orderly fashion imaginable. Teacups danced through air currents, swirling up and down in what might have been a waltz. The windows fogged and cleared rhythmically, like breathing glass. Shelves lined the walls, packed with jars labeled in a script that seemed to rearrange itself when Seraphina tried to read it. At the center of the room, behind a curved counter made of polished driftwood, stood a figure unlike any Seraphina had encountered. She, and Seraphina was somehow certain of the she despite the figure's otherworldliness, had a body that appeared to be made of fine porcelain. Her limbs gleamed in the amber light, decorated with intricate floral etchings that glowed faintly blue where hair should be. Elegant curls of steam rose from her head, forming a cloud that shifted and swirled with her movements. She was studying a clipboard that hovered in the air before her, occasionally flipping pages without being touched. Hello," Seraphina ventured, her royal voice coming out embarrassingly small. The porcelain figure looked up, and Seraphina found herself pinned by eyes that glowed like hot tea seen through fine china, warm amber with flecks of gold. Those eyes widened slightly, then crinkled at the corners in what might have been a smile, though the figure's face had no mouth that Seraphina could discern. Princess with walls high as towers, seeking refuge from her powers, the figure announced, her voice sounding like wind chimes in a summer breeze. One vulnerability, vanilla chai, coming right up. A teacup eagerly hopped onto the counter, bouncing slightly as if excited. Wait, I didn't order anything, Seraphina protested, her diplomatic composure slipping. And how do you know I'm a princess? The porcelain figure tilted her head, steam curls bouncing. The tiara in your heart still sits upon your head, though you've packed it away with your gowns. Right, clearly. Seraphina straightened her spine, falling back on royal etiquette. When in doubt, be polite but firm. Perhaps something less emotional? A nice Earl Grey? The figure laughed, a sound like crystal being struck by silver spoons. The tea chooses the drinker, Your Highness. I'm just the messenger with excellent posture. She gave a little bow, steam curling forward elegantly. I'm Chamomile, proprietor of the Steeped Hex, at your service. The eager teacup filled itself with a liquid that shifted between pearl white and sunset orange as Chamomile slid it across the counter. She leaned forward conspiratorially, and Seraphina caught the scent of honey and something herbal. Fair warning, this one tends to bubble up with memories. The more you've buried, the hotter it burns on the way down. That sounds terrible, Seraphina said, even as her hand reached for the cup. Most meaningful things are at first, Chamomile replied, her floating clipboard flipping to a new page. Drink up, princess. Time waits for no woman, not even royal ones. Seraphina lifted the cup, inhaling the fragrant steam. It smelled like her childhood books, her mother's perfume, and oddly, like the moss in Grumblethorn's cave. She took a tentative sip. The shop around her dissolved like fog in sunlight. She was 16 again, wearing a gown that scratched at her collarbone, standing in her father's study. The diplomatic dinner had ended an hour before. Representatives from the Northern Territories had been surprisingly receptive to her impromptu speech about forest conservation, until her father had cut her off with a laugh, too loud and a hand on her shoulder too firm. A queen must be measured, Seraphina, he was saying, his voice echoing against the wood-paneled walls. Your passion is admirable, but your delivery is excessive. You are simply too much. Too much? The words fell around her like stones. But they were listening, she'd argued, feeling smaller with each word. Lord Harkness said my points about the southern watershed were valid. They were humoring you, her mother added softly from the doorway. Darling, a future queen guides the conversation, she doesn't dominate it. Too loud, too eager, too passionate, too much. She'd practiced being less after that, measured her words, softened her voice, made herself smaller, quieter, less. Seraphina gasped, returning to the shop with a jolt. Her hands trembled around the teacup. The memory, buried for years, felt raw and fresh, the disappointment in her father's eyes as vivid as if she were still standing before him. Interesting. Chamomile watched her with surprising gentleness. How we spend years becoming less of ourselves to please people who never asked us who we wanted to be in the first place. I don't, Seraphina began, then stopped herself. Denials felt pointless in this place. That was a long time ago. Was it? Chamomile's steam hair curled questioningly. Time is fuzzy with buried things. Yesterday, 10 years ago, the wounds we carry feel fresh until we air them out. She hummed thoughtfully. Tell me, princess, when was the last time you were too much of anything? The question stung with unexpected precision. Seraphina stared into her tea, watching the colors swirl. I put pillows in a troll's cave today, she said quietly. Apparently that was too much. Ah, Chamomile nodded sagely. The grumpy one with the moss collection. A regular customer. Seraphina's head snapped up. Grumblethorn comes here? Contracts of binding require something finding, Chamomile said, shifting into a rhythmic cadence. A truth that was lost. A self that was crossed. I don't understand. The clipboard floating beside Chamomile flipped a page of its own accord. Seraphina caught a glimpse of what looked suspiciously like Grumblethorn's name before Chamomile tapped it, and the page turned again. Magic doesn't bind what doesn't need to be bound, Chamomile said, abandoning her rhyming. The contract between you and your troll? He's not my troll, Seraphina interjected. Is searching for something, Chamomile continued without missing a beat. In both of you. What? Like emotional growth? Seraphina scoffed. That's ridiculous. It's just a magical toll booth contract. I'm stuck there because I failed his silly riddle. Chamomile's eyes gleamed. Is that what you truly believe? The teacup in Seraphina's hands warmed suddenly, and another memory threatened to surface. She set it down quickly. I should go, she said, standing. Thank you for the whatever this was. Take another sip, Chamomile urged. The journey home is always clearer after the second taste. Reluctantly, Seraphina lifted the cup again and took a deeper drink. This time no memory came, but a sense of clarity washed over her. The tea tasted like acceptance of herself, her voice, her rightful space in the world. Oh, she whispered. Indeed, Chamomile agreed. She reached beneath the counter and produced a small sachet of tea leaves tied with silver thread. For when you're ready to share instead of shield. 2 cups, 1 truth, steep until the walls come tumbling down. Seraphina took the sachet, feeling its weight, heavier than it should be for its size. What do I owe you? Chamomile winked, a flash of light from her porcelain brow. No charge. The lesson you need is closer than you think. Her voice dropped lower. Though a word of advice, princess? Don't try to be less. Not for a crown, not for a cave dweller. The right spaces grow to hold all that you are. The journey back to the cave passed in contemplative silence. The forest seemed to guide her again, trees bending to create a clear path. By the time she emerged near the bridge, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades that matched her tea. When she entered the cave, she stopped short just beyond the entrance. Grumblethorn knelt by her sleeping area, awkwardly arranging her pillows back exactly where she'd placed them. His large, mossy fingers worked with surprising gentleness, smoothing wrinkles from the fabric. The contract sigil hanging in the air between them pulsed with gentle golden light when she stepped inside. He startled at her presence, nearly dropping the cushion he held. You're back, he grunted, straightening. I wasn't. These were just. The cave feels. He trailed off, looking everywhere but at her. A dozen cutting remarks rose to Seraphina's lips, practiced deflections honed by years of court politics. Instead, she felt the warmth of Chamomile's tea still lingering in her chest. The cave seemed to hold its breath. Thank you, she said simply, with unguarded sincerity. The sigil between them flared brighter for a moment, like a satisfied sigh. Grumblethorn's eyes widened, a flash of something vulnerable crossing his stony features before his usual gruffness returned. But something had shifted, a small step towards something neither was ready to name. It's still a ridiculous number of pillows, he muttered, but there was no edge to his words. Seraphina smiled, the sachet of tea leaves heavy in her pocket. I know.
Chapter 6. Please stop rearranging my tea shelf. Grumblethorn hadn't slept. Not that trolls required much sleep to begin with, but the persistent awareness of Seraphina's breathing from across the cave had kept him unnaturally alert through the night. He lay on his moss bed, staring at the glittering ceiling crystals, acutely conscious of her presence in a way that felt invasive to his carefully constructed solitude. I'm not looking at her, he muttered to Fern as another leaf detached from her slender stem and drifted pointedly onto his forehead. The plant rustled skeptically. I'm not, he insisted in a harsh whisper, plucking the leaf from his face. I'm looking in her general direction, for security purposes. Fern's branches gave a knowing shiver. Fine, stay wilted, see if I care. He rolled to his side, presenting his broad back to the judgmental houseplant, but the movement only gave him a clearer view of the alcove where the princess slept. Seraphina had transformed the simple stone nook into something almost homey. A scrap of fabric hung as a makeshift curtain, offering the illusion of privacy. She'd gathered soft mosses for her bed, arranging them precisely by texture. Even in sleep, she maintained a kind of defiant grace. Her auburn hair splayed across the vibrant green in wild contrast. Another leaf landed on his ear. That's it, Grumblethorn growled, rising with exaggerated care. I'm going to the garden, not because you're right, because you're annoying. Fern's leaves trembled in what he chose to interpret as smugness. The secret grotto lay behind a narrow passage at the back of the cave, hidden by an outcropping that appeared solid to casual observers. Grumblethorn slipped through with practiced ease despite his size, anticipating the immediate calm that always descended when he entered his sanctuary. Instead, he froze. Kneeling in the soil of his most treasured sanctuary was Seraphina. Her usually flowing hair had been hastily tied back with a piece of rough twine, and smudges of dirt marked her cheeks like war paint. She leaned forward, tongue caught between her teeth in concentration, as she carefully nestled the roots of a trailing moon vine into freshly turned earth. "There you go," she murmured to the plant. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to step on you during our discussion." The luminous moon vine's tendrils curled weakly around her fingers as if testing her intentions. I know. She sighed, consulting a crude sketch she'd propped against a nearby stone. "You lived here? Or was it more to the left?" Grumblethorn remained motionless, afraid that moving would shatter whatever strange magic was unfolding before him. This Seraphina, dirt, smudged, careful, gently coaxing life rather than commanding it, seemed wholly different from the sharp-tongued princess who'd been reorganizing his tea collection just yesterday. She shifted to the right, moonvine cradled protectively in her palms. "Maybe you were beside the glow caps? The drawing isn't very good, I'm afraid. Royal education includes watercolors of roses, not sketching moonvines for replanting purposes." A small seedling nearly tumbled from a pouch fashioned from what appeared to be part of her petticoat. Her fingers scrambled to catch it, and in the process, she finally glanced up and saw him. "Oh!" Seraphina, startled, nearly dropping everything, the seedling teetered dangerously in her grasp. Instead of retreating as his instincts screamed at him to do, Grumblethorn stepped forward. He reached out, gnarled fingers gentle, as he took the seedling from her trembling hands. Without a word, he knelt beside her, his massive frame somehow making the movement look natural rather than awkward. With practiced precision, he scooped a small hollow in the earth. Seraphina watched, lips parted slightly in surprise, but said nothing to break the fragile moment. He gestured for her to place the seedling herself. When she did, their fingers brushed, and neither flinched. The next hour passed in a companionable silence that felt more comfortable than any conversation they'd had so far. Grumblethorn dug precise holes with his clawed fingers, each perfectly sized for whatever plant Seraphina handed him next. She, in turn, seemed to develop an intuition for which specimen needed planting when, consulting her sketch less and less as they established a rhythm. The garden responded to their shared purpose. Sensory flowers turned to follow their movements. Patches of mood moss brightened from deep blue to a soft lavender. Even the grumble shrooms, notoriously temperamental fungi that typically folded their caps around strangers, gradually unfurled as Seraphina passed. When Grumblethorn reached for the watering vessel at the same moment Seraphina did, their hands collided, her smaller fingers accidentally wrapped around his thumb. "Sorry," she whispered. withdrawing her hand but not retreating from the space between them. "I didn't mean to," she trailed off, gesturing vaguely at their shared work, at the cave, at everything. "I'm sorry for pushing too hard. With the redecorating, with the questions, with all of it." Her fingers twisted in her lap, soil embedded beneath her usually immaculate nails. "Sometimes I forget not everyone wants their world turned upside down as badly as I needed mine to be." The confession hung between them, more delicate than any of the plants they'd just tended. Grumblethorn studied a patch of tremblegrass, watching as it shivered despite the still air. "This garden," he began, his deep voice unusually soft, "wasn't part of the cave when I arrived." Seraphina remained silent, recognizing the rarity of him volunteering information. "I tried once to live among other trolls." His massive shoulders hunched slightly. "There's a settlement north of here, beyond the Crystal Falls. I thought, well, doesn't matter what I thought." His claws created small, nervous furrows in the soil. Turns out trolls who prefer growing things to smashing them aren't particularly welcomed at traditional gatherings. "They rejected you for gardening?" Seraphina's voice held no mockery, only genuine curiosity. "They rejected me for being soft?" The words carried old pain. "For reading romance scrolls under the moonlight? For asking questions instead of following orders?" He gestured at the lush grotto surrounding them. "So I came here, took over the bridge, created a world where I controlled every element." His hand brushed the petals of a nearby sensory bloom, which curled lovingly around his finger. "Moss doesn't mock you for your interests. Fungi don't expect you to be anything but what you are." The admission cost him, she could tell. His shoulders tensed as he waited for her response, for potential ridicule. But Seraphina only nodded, understanding blooming across her features. "And then I came along and started remaking your carefully controlled space." "Yes." He paused. "No." Another pause. "It's not that simple." "It rarely is," she agreed softly. "I built this place so I would never feel out of control again. But sometimes," his voice dropped even lower, "sometimes it's just lonely." The garden seemed to exhale around them, moss glowing brighter in response to his emotional honesty. Above them, crystal formations caught the first rays of dawn, sending fractured rainbows dancing across the grotto floor. A cluster of echo blossoms turned toward them, their delicate petals vibrating as they whispered, "Lonely, lonely, lonely." Seraphina didn't reach for him. That would have been too much. But she shifted slightly closer. "I understand loneliness," she offered. "Even in a palace full of people. Especially there, actually." An eager tendril from the replanted moonvine suddenly shot out, looping around both their wrists. The luminous plant twisted gently, binding them together with living shackles infinitely more comfortable than the magical contract that still tethered them to this place. Neither pulled away immediately. Grumblethorn studied her face in the soft moss light, really looked at her, perhaps, for the first time. The princess facade had fallen away, leaving behind someone more complex than he'd allowed himself to see. Dirt smudged her cheek where royal cosmetics would normally be applied. Her hair escaped its twine binding in rebellious curls. Her eyes held an earnest warmth that matched the vibrant life surrounding them. He saw not just the princess but the person, struggling to define herself. The morning light strengthened, filtering through the crystal formations overhead and casting rainbow patterns across their still-joined hands. The moment stretched, fragile and perfect, balanced on the edge of something neither was ready to name. Grumblethorn made a choice. Instead of pulling away, he shifted slightly closer. "You can help here," he offered, the words emerging more gruffly than intended. with the garden, if you want." The smile that bloomed across Seraphina's face came slowly, starting in her eyes before reaching her lips. Genuine in a way her practiced royal smiles never were. "I'd like that," she said simply. Through the narrow opening of the grotto, fern was visible in the main cave. Unnoticed by either of them, the judgmental houseplant had sprouted several new buds overnight. Buds that matched the exact violet mousse shade of Seraphina's eyes. "I think the moonvine goes there." Grumblethorn pointed to a rocky ledge where filtered sunlight created the perfect dappled conditions. "It prefers to climb." Seraphina nodded, gently disentangling their wrists from the plant's embrace with something like reluctance. "Like this?" she asked, positioning the vine. "Lower. It needs soil contact for the first third of its length." She adjusted her placement, and Grumblethorn nodded approval. Working together, they secured the trailing plant against the stone wall, its luminous leaves already perking up in the correct conditions. "How did you learn all this?" she asked, watching as he delicately pruned a damaged tendril. "About plants and growing things?" His fingers stilled momentarily. "Some of it was trial and error, some from books." "Books?" Her eyes lit up. "You never mentioned a library." "It's 3 books, hardly a library." The defensiveness in his tone wasn't quite convincing. "Is one of them the romance scroll you mentioned?" A teasing note entered her voice, but it lacked the sharp edge that would have made him retreat. "Perhaps." He concentrated intently on a perfectly healthy leaf. "One is about fungi cultivation, one about the magical properties of plants, and one about other things." "Other things," she repeated, lips twitching. "Yes, other things, important things," he cleared his throat. "The moonvine likes to be watered every 3rd day, not more." Seraphina accepted the change of subject with grace, though her eyes still danced with amusement. "I'll remember that." She gestured to a patch of small, star-shaped flowers. "What about those? They're beautiful." "Wish blooms," he explained, relaxing back into the shared task. "They only grow where tears have fallen. They're rare." "Whose tears?" she asked softly. Grumblethorn shrugged massive shoulders. "Mine, I suppose. This garden reflects its keeper." Understanding dawned in her expression as she looked around with new eyes, seeing not just plants, but emotional expressions. The vibrant persistence of life carved out of stone, beauty born from solitude. "That's why I don't let anyone in here," he continued, surprising himself with the confession. "It's too personal." Seraphina nodded slowly, genuine respect evident in her expression. "Thank you," she said simply, "for sharing it with me." For once, Grumblethorn didn't feel the need to retreat behind gruffness or silence. Instead, he reached for another seedling and said, "This one prefers shade. Would you like to decide where it should go?" Her smile was answer enough.
Chapter 7. She's not staying, probably. Seraphina woke to the sharp, irritatingly persistent tap-tap-tap against stone. Groaning, she burrowed deeper into her nest of pillows, including 3 new moss-stuffed ones she'd crafted yesterday from one of Grumblethorn's old tunics. He'd grumbled spectacularly about it, but hadn't actually stopped her. The tapping continued, now with an almost offended rhythm. Seraphina cracked one eye open. Sunlight filtered through the crystal formations near the cave's ceiling, meaning it was well past dawn. No sign of Grumblethorn, who typically rose with the sun to mutter at his fungi collection. Tap, 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 tap. "Fine, I'm coming." She swung her legs over the side of her makeshift bed, a surprisingly comfortable arrangement of blankets atop a stone shelf that Grumblethorn had smoothed for her after their garden reconciliation. At the cave entrance perched the most out-of-place creature she'd seen since her own arrival. An immaculately groomed thrush, its feathers gleaming in the morning light, regarded her with beady eyes that somehow managed to convey deep disapproval. From one delicate leg dangled a tiny silver cylinder bearing the unmistakable royal seal of Grevenwell. "Oh no!" Seraphina whispered. The thrush cocked its head and gave a chirp that sounded suspiciously like, "Finally." Seraphina glanced around the cave. No sign of Grumblethorn. She remembered him mentioning something about collecting morning fungi while she'd been half asleep. Thank goodness for small mercies. With trembling fingers, she approached the bird, which hopped forward and extended its leg with military precision. The silver cylinder felt impossibly heavy in her hand. She didn't need to examine the lilac-scented wax seal to know who'd sent it. The blend of lavender and bergamot was her mother's signature scent, designed to be calming yet authoritative. It smelled jarringly out of place among the earthy, mushroomy aroma of the cave. "You can go," she told the thrush. "No reply required." The bird gave an indignant ruffle of feathers. "Did she order you to wait for a response?" Seraphina asked, suddenly suspicious. The thrush's guilty sighed. "I confirmed it." "Well, I haven't read it yet, have I? Come back tomorrow if you must." She shooed the bird, which departed with a disapproving backward glance that reminded her unnervingly of her etiquette tutor. Seraphina stared at the cylinder in her palm. The correct action would be to unseal it carefully, preserve the royal wax, and unfold the parchment with proper respect. She broke the seal with her thumb. The parchment inside practically leapt from the cylinder, unfolding itself with theatrical flourish. It hovered in mid-air as her mother's elegant script, perfect loops and practiced flourishes that Seraphina had never managed to replicate despite years of instruction, began to glow. The letters lifted from the page, rearranging themselves into a miniature, glimmering projection of Queen Merwin herself, resplendent in what appeared to be full court regalia. Of course she'd dress up for a magical message. Heaven forbid the servants witness her looking merely royal instead of divine. "Dearest daughter," the tiny queen began, her voice carrying that practiced tone of maternal concern that Seraphina had long ago learned meant trouble. "Your little adventure has caused quite the diplomatic incident." Seraphina snorted. "Little adventure? That's what we're calling my escape from arranged matrimony?" The projection, being pre-recorded, continued, undeterred. "Lord Hemsworth's son is devastated, of course, though his family has graciously agreed to postpone negotiations rather than cancel entirely." "Oh, I'm sure he's absolutely crushed," Seraphina muttered, pacing the length of the cave. "Poor Julian Hemsworth, who couldn't pick me out of a lineup of 3 women, and who spent our entire introduction discussing the superior breeding of his hunting hounds." The projection of her mother smoothed an invisible wrinkle from her elaborate skirts. "The northern delegation expressed particular disappointment, as they'd anticipated finalizing our timber agreement at your wedding feast." The tiny queen sighed dramatically. "I've managed to soothe most ruffled feathers with assurances that you're simply taking time for spiritual reflection before embracing your royal duties. Not a single question about whether Seraphina was safe or healthy or even alive, just diplomatic damage control. The council suggested we send guards to retrieve you, but I convinced them that wouldn't be necessary." The projection's lips curved into that particular smile Merwin reserved for when she believed she was being especially understanding. "I'm sure whatever self-discovery journey you've embarked upon will run its course soon enough." Seraphina's hands clenched into fists. "It's not a phase, Mother." "I trust you're finding whatever it is you're seeking, dear." The projection's voice took on that silky, guilt-inducing tone Merwin had perfected over years of statecraft. "When you're ready to remember your responsibilities to those who depend on you, simply press your royal seal to this parchment to signal for retrieval." The miniature queen gave a delicate, regal wave before dissolving into a shower of lilac-scented sparks that drifted to the cave floor. "Oh, shh!" Seraphina crumpled the parchment in her fist and hurled it across the cave with every ounce of strength she possessed. It bounced off a bookshelf with a surprisingly solid thunk and dislodged a heavy leather-bound volume that tumbled to the floor, falling open with a cloud of dust. Seraphina stood frozen, anger temporarily forgotten. She hadn't explored that particular shelf yet. Grumblethorn had made it clear some areas of his cave were private. But the book lay open now, practically inviting examination. She approached cautiously, half expecting it to snap shut or burst into flames. Instead, it remained splayed open, revealing page after page of handwritten entries in various scripts, spanning what appeared to be centuries, based on the changing ink colors and penmanship styles. Curiosity overriding both anger and caution, Seraphina knelt beside it. The heading at the top of the current page read, "The Toll Keeper's Ledger, Volume 12, in an elegant spidery script. Her eyes widened. This was a record of everyone who had ever been bound by the bridge contract. Eagerly, she began reading. Each entry followed a similar pattern: name, date of binding, reason for detention, observations on progress, and outcome. Some entries were brief. Merchant Darius, bound by greed, released after fair trade with forest creatures, while others sprawled across multiple pages with detailed notes. Flipping backward through the book, Seraphina discovered patterns. Travelers bound by arrogance were marked for lessons in humility. Wanderers trapped by grief were noted as requiring time to heal. And most intriguing of all, a surprising number of entries concerned nobles and royalty, described as seeking truth behind privilege. She turned another page and froze. "Princess Elena of Grevenwell," she read aloud, her voice barely a whisper. "Bound on the 4th day of spring bloom, year of the silver raven." Elena, her mother's younger sister, her aunt, whom Seraphina had been told died of childhood illness before she was born. The Royal Portrait Gallery held only a single small painting of a solemn-faced girl, labeled Princess Elena, taken by fever in her 16th year. But, according to this ledger, Elena hadn't died at all. She'd been here, bound by the bridge contract, 25 years earlier. "Nature of binding," Seraphina continued reading, heart pounding. "Fear of the crown's weight." The observations section contained detailed notes about Elena's initial defiance, followed by periods of reflection, with references to nightmares about the responsibilities she cannot escape. But it was the outcome section that made Seraphina's blood run cold. The original entry had been crossed out, with a new notation in different ink: contract terminated, subject returned to royal obligations. The sound of heavy footsteps outside the cave sent panic shooting through her. Seraphina hastily shoved the ledger under the nearest cushion and jumped to her feet just as Grumblethorn ducked through the entrance, his arms full of mushrooms in varying shades of blue and purple. "Morning," he grunted, then paused, nostrils flaring. His eyes narrowed at the lingering scent of lilac. "What's that smell?" Before Seraphina could answer, the magical sigil that connected them, usually a softly glowing symbol hovering near the cave ceiling, flared bright orange. Grumblethorn's gaze shot to it, then back to Seraphina. "The sigil seems agitated," he said, setting down his fungal harvest. "Did something happen while I was out?" Guilt churned in Seraphina's stomach. "Just a message from home," she said, forcing lightness into her tone. "My mother has a flair for the dramatic. Royal messenger birds and scented parchment and all that." Grumblethorn made a non-committal noise, still watching her with those forest shadow eyes that seemed to see more than she wanted them to. "Those mushrooms look interesting," she said, desperate to change the subject. "What do you use the purple ones for?" He hesitated, clearly aware she was deflecting, but after a moment he relented. "Tea," he explained, separating his harvest into neat piles. "The violet caps make a brew that helps with dream clarity." "Dream clarity? That sounds useful," she said, genuinely interested despite her distraction. "Do you use them often?" "Only when necessary." He arranged his fungi with methodical care. "They reveal what the mind tries to hide, but sometimes—" He trailed off, shrugging his massive shoulders. "Sometimes it's better not to know," Seraphina suggested. Grumblethorn's eyes met hers. "Sometimes knowing isn't enough to change anything." The weight of the ledger's secrets pressed against Seraphina's conscience. Had Grumblethorn been the toll-keeper when Elena was here? Did he know about her aunt? And why would her mother erase a sister from family history? The sigil pulsed again, orange-red, with her deception. "I should get these drying," Grumblethorn said, gathering his mushrooms. "The morning dew affects potency." As he moved toward his workbench, Seraphina couldn't help but wonder, how much did the toll-keeper know about the ledger's contents, about her family, about her? Later, when Grumblethorn left to tend to his garden, Seraphina retrieved the ledger from its hiding place and curled up in her alcove. She turned back to Elena's entry, tracing the final notation with her fingertip. Subject chose obligation over truth, binding released but incomplete. Bridge notes, some contracts end but never resolve. A chill ran through her. Her aunt had been right here, bound by the same magic, struggling with the same fears about royal duty, and had ultimately returned to fulfill her obligations. But what had happened after? Why did everyone believe Elena had died? What truth had she chosen to reject? "That's a pinida, Nina. Peach. Son la pinzi," whispered Father Van Quo in the quiet cave, a promise to herself and perhaps to the ghost of an aunt she'd never known. The sigil above her pulsed once, not orange with deception or red with anger, but a soft, steady gold that illuminated the words on the page before her. Somewhere, deep in the cave where ancient magic stirred, the contract heard her.
Chapter 8. T shouldn't talk back. Grumblethorn woke with a start, disoriented in the pitch darkness of his cave. Something had disturbed the comfortable silence of his home, a sound that didn't belong to the night creatures or the gentle rustling of fern. He lay perfectly still for several heartbeats, ears twitching as he tried to identify the intrusion. There it was again, a sharp intake of breath followed by a muffled whimper coming from his reading nook. Seraphina. He moved quietly, despite his size, bare feet padding across the cool stone floor. His eyes adjusted easily to the darkness, a blessing of troll heritage, and he spotted her, curled tightly in his favorite chair. Half a dozen scrolls lay unfurled around her, some dangling precariously from the edge of the table. But it wasn't her midnight reading that caught his attention. It was the unmistakable glint of moisture on her cheeks, illuminated by the faint phosphorescent moss that lined the cave walls. She looked up at his approach, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve. Her eyes were red, rimmed, her normally perfect hair disheveled. She'd clearly been crying for some time. "Ooh, hello there, big guy," Seraphina said, forcing cheerfulness into her voice. "Just getting acquainted with some troll literature. Fascinating stuff. Did you know that troll poetry from the Third Age consistently uses 13 syllables per line? Terribly specific. I was just—" She trailed off, her attempt at deflection faltering under his steady gaze. Grumblethorn shifted his weight uncomfortably from one foot to the other. He wasn't built for comforting princesses. Or anyone, really. His instinct was to retreat, to pretend he hadn't seen her vulnerability. It would be easier, safer. Instead, he surprised himself by saying, "Nightmares aren't something you need to hide here." His voice came out gruff, but gentler than he intended. He hovered a few feet away, painfully aware of his imposing silhouette in the darkness, torn between respecting her space and offering comfort. Seraphina stared at him, her practiced smile slipping. She opened her mouth, likely to deliver another quip, then closed it again. The silence stretched between them, taut and uncomfortable. Fern rustled meaningfully from her pot in the corner. Grumblethorn shot the plant a warning look before making a sudden decision. "Wait here," he muttered, turning abruptly toward the far wall of the cave. He counted 5 stones from the floor, then 3 to the right, his fingers finding the slight groove in the rock face that most eyes would never notice. With practiced care, he slid the loose stone free from its setting and reached into the hidden compartment behind it. His fingers closed around a small wooden box, its surface worn smooth from years of occasional handling. He held it with a reverence that seemed at odds with his rough exterior, the delicate craftsmanship dwarfed by his massive hands as he returned to where Seraphina waited. Her curiosity had visibly overtaken her embarrassment. She sat up straighter, her red-rimmed eyes fixed on the box. "What's that?" she asked, her voice still thick from crying. Grumblethorn sat on the stone bench across from her, the small furniture piece creaking under his weight. He opened the box with meticulous care, revealing what appeared to be delicate dried flowers, unlike any Seraphina had likely seen before. They were pale blue with silver centers, and most remarkably, they emitted their own soft glow that illuminated their faces in the darkness. "Cloud blossom tea," he explained, his gaze fixed on the contents rather than meeting her eyes. "It only blooms once every 50 years, at the highest point of Trollmist Mountain, and—" He paused, running a callous thumb along the box's edge. "I've been saving it." He didn't add for something important, but the words hung in the space between them anyway, understood if unspoken. Seraphina's eyes widened slightly. "And you're going to use it now? For this?" Grumblethorn cleared his throat, still not looking directly at her. "Tea helps with nightmares." He stood again, taking the box with him to the small alcove that served as his kitchen. "It needs to be prepared properly." To his relief, she followed without further questions, wrapping herself in one of the ridiculous fuzzy blankets she'd added to his cave decor last week. He'd complained loudly about it at the time, but secretly had to admit the cheerful purple fabric wasn't entirely offensive. Grumblethorn filled his copper kettle from the small spring that bubbled up through the cave floor, setting it carefully over the embers he coaxed back to life. His movements were methodical, precise, at odds with his bulky frame. He selected his finest clay teapot, the one with the chip on the spout that he'd carefully sanded smooth, and warmed it with a splash of water. "The water should be hot, but not boiling," he explained, aware of Seraphina's eyes on his hands. "Too hot, and the petals burn bitter." He measured exactly 3 dried blossoms, placing them reverently in the pot. 3 for balance. Always 3. Seraphina leaned against the rough stone counter. "I didn't realize tea-making was such serious business for trolls." "Not trolls, just me." He tested the water with one finger, judging the temperature with expert precision. "My mother taught me. She said you could solve most problems with the right cup of tea." "And the wrong cup?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "Creates new problems. As you discovered with the love me not?" Her cheeks colored slightly at the memory. "Fair point." When the water reached the perfect temperature, Grumblethorn poured it over the blossoms in a circular motion, his large hands demonstrating unexpected grace. The dried flowers unfurled instantly, their glow intensifying and spreading through the water until the entire pot seemed to contain captured moonlight. "It needs to steep for exactly 7 minutes," he said, placing the lid on the pot. "Not 6, not 8. "Is this another troll superstition?" Seraphina asked, but her tone held genuine curiosity rather than mockery. Grumblethorn shook his head. "Chemistry. The essence needs time to release, but leave it too long and it turns from dream-soothing to dream-inducing. Very thin line." He selected 2 of his better cups, not the finest, which he kept hidden away unused, but ones without obvious repairs, and set them on a small tray alongside the pot. When the precise time had elapsed, he poured the luminescent liquid with the same devoted attention he'd shown throughout the process. "Back to the reading nook," he directed. "It's more comfortable." The tea glowed softly in their cups as they settled side by side in the alcove. Grumblethorn perched somewhat awkwardly on the edge of the bench, too large for furniture designed for solitary use. The scrolls had been hastily gathered up and set aside, though he noticed tear stains on one particularly ancient text about magical bindings. A gentle mist rose from the surface of their drinks, forming tiny, ephemeral cloud shapes that drifted upward before dissolving. Seraphina watched, transfixed, as miniature stars and crescent moons took shape in the vapor above her cup. "It's beautiful," she whispered, forgetting to maintain her usual sarcastic shield. "Woof." Grumblethorn took a careful sip, feeling the warmth spread through his chest immediately. The taste was subtle, hints of honey and something like mountain air after rain. Seraphina followed suit, her eyes widening slightly at the flavor. They sat in surprisingly comfortable silence for several minutes, watching the tiny clouds form and dissipate above their cups. "I dreamed I was back at the palace," she finally said, her voice so quiet he might have missed it if he hadn't been listening for it. Everything was exactly as before, the same rooms, the same duties, the same polite conversations about nothing important. She traced her finger around the rim of her cup. "Except I was hollow inside, just empty, going through the motions without actually being there." Her gaze remained fixed on the tea as she continued. "The worst part wasn't being back. It was realizing I'd become a hollow version of myself again, and no one even noticed. Not even me. Until it was too late." The raw vulnerability in her voice made something shift uncomfortably in Grumblethorn's chest. He stared into his own cup, watching a tiny cloud form into what looked like a bridge before dissolving. "I have dreams about the troll settlement," he found himself saying, the words emerging before he could reconsider. "Where I grew up. He paused, searching for the right words. "They didn't appreciate my differences." Seraphina looked at him, waiting without pushing. "In the dreams, I'm standing in the center of the great hall during the autumn gathering, and everyone just stops talking, stares." He took another sip of tea. "Used to wake up in cold sweat, terrified of their judgment. And now?" she asked softly. Grumblethorn considered this. "Now I wake up and realize that's not what scares me anymore." His voice dropped lower. "What scares me is living my entire life without anyone who truly sees me beyond this." He gestured vaguely at his mossy exterior. The confession hung in the air between them, heavier than he'd intended. He regretted the words immediately, but there was something about the darkness, the tea, and Seraphina's earlier honesty that had loosened the usual tight control he kept over such thoughts. "I understand that," she said after a long moment. "I'm terrified I'll never be enough for the crown." She pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "But I also have no idea who I'd be without it. The Princess of Grevenwell is my entire identity. Take that away and what's left? Someone who color codes tea shelves and argues with potted plants," Grumblethorn suggested, surprising himself with the attempt at lightness. She snorted inelegantly, then covered her mouth in surprise at the sound. "That is not princess behavior." "Good." As the night progressed, their conversation meandered through deeper waters neither had intended to navigate. Grumblethorn refilled their cups once, careful to strain the blossoms so the tea wouldn't grow too potent. The usual boundaries between them, princess and troll, captive and captor, chaos and order, seemed temporarily dissolved by darkness and shared vulnerability. "Before you arrived," Grumblethorn admitted during a lull, "I started talking to Fern, just to hear a voice, even if it was my own." He kept his eyes fixed on a point across the cave. 57 days without speaking to another person. I counted. From across the cave, Fern's leaves rustled indignantly. "Sorry," he amended. "Person or plant?" Seraphina's expression softened. "That sounds lonely." "It was supposed to be peaceful." He didn't add that it hadn't really been that way for a long time. The cave itself seemed to respond to their emotional openness. Grumblethorn noticed Fern unfurling new growth despite the late hour, and the moss along the walls glowed warmer, casting a gentler light around them. Most tellingly, the magical sigil that connected them, the physical manifestation of the contract, pulsed with a gentle rhythm that seemed to match their heartbeats. He deliberately avoided drawing attention to these changes. Some magic was better left unacknowledged, especially the kind that responded to feelings he wasn't ready to name. "Why did you do it?" Seraphina asked suddenly. "The toll-keeper tradition. It clearly brings you no joy, and you don't seem particularly interested in collecting actual tolls." She gestured to the abandoned collection box, gathering dust near the cave entrance. Grumblethorn was quiet for so long she might have thought he wouldn't answer. "My family has guarded this bridge for 17 generations, he finally said. "The first Grumblethorn. Yes, it's a hereditary name," he added, seeing her raised eyebrow. "Found purpose in it. Not in collecting trinkets or scaring travelers, but in guiding them to their truths." He ran a hand over the moss growing on his forearm, a self-conscious gesture. The contracts were always meant to be teaching tools, not punishments. A way to help lost souls find what they needed, not what they thought they wanted. He looked up at her. "My father was good at it. Knew exactly what lessons people needed to learn. And you?" He hesitated. "I believe in the work, even if I struggle to apply the lessons to myself." Seraphina nodded thoughtfully, and Grumblethorn found himself oddly grateful she didn't push for more. The conversation gradually shifted to lighter topics: childhood memories, favorite seasons, the absurd protocols of royal life. "Wait," Grumblethorn said, genuinely shocked. "You had to memorize fork placement for 17 different courses?" "Mm-hmm," Seraphina confirmed sleepily. "And knife angles. The dessert knife must be precisely 30 degrees from the plate edge, while the fish knife sits at 45 degrees. State dinners were basically geometry exams with higher stakes. What happens if you use the wrong one? Diplomatic incident, war, the end of civilization as we know it," she yawned. "At least according to Lady Marshworth, the royal etiquette instructor." Grumblethorn found himself chuckling, the sound rusty from disuse. He couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed genuinely. Without either of them quite realizing the moment it happened, Seraphina's head gradually lowered to rest against his shoulder. He froze, afraid any movement might disrupt this unexpected development. Her breathing slowed, becoming deeper and more even, her body relaxing as exhaustion finally claimed her. Grumblethorn found himself at a crossroads. His instinct, honed by years of solitude and self-preservation, was to extract himself from this intimacy, to retreat to safer emotional distance, to wake her, or at minimum, to carefully transfer her to the chair and escape to his own sleeping area. Instead, he remained perfectly still, listening to her breathe. Very carefully, he adjusted a cushion behind her head to prevent her neck from cramping. His expression softened as he looked down at her sleeping face, the usual sharp lines of sass and royal composure replaced by simple peace. Across the cave, Fern's leaves rustled in what sounded suspiciously like approval. "Don't you dare comment on this," Grumblethorn whispered to the plant, his voice lacking its usual gruffness. Fern's newest leaves unfurled a bit more in the darkness, a silent but unmistakable response. Grumblethorn sighed, resigning himself to a night of sitting upright, probably with pins and needles in his arm by morning. And yet, strangely, he couldn't bring himself to mind.
Chapter 9. Emotion is not a valid toll. Seraphina's fingers grazed the velvety underside of a moon mushroom, its pearly surface glowing with soft blue luminescence. The night air felt crisp against her skin, cool enough to see her breath but not uncomfortable, especially with Grumblethorn's massive form blocking the worst of the wind. "Like this?" she asked, carefully twisting the mushroom the way he'd shown her. Grumblethorn nodded, his movements gentle despite his size. "Perfect. They need to be harvested exactly at midnight, when they're brightest, or they lose their potency." His voice had lost much of its gruffness over the past weeks, at least when they were alone. Seraphina placed the mushroom in her basket, stealing a glance at him from beneath her lashes. The moonlight caught on his horns, giving them a silvery sheen, and highlighted the profile of his face, strong, serious, and far more handsome than she'd initially thought. Not that she'd admit that out loud. "What do you use these for again?" she asked, moving to the next patch. "Tea, mostly. This variety helps with honest dreams." She snorted. "Honest dreams, as opposed to dishonest ones?" A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Dreams that show you what you actually want, not what you think you should want." Sounds potentially terrifying. Most honesty is. They fell into companionable silence, working side by side. Seraphina had grown to appreciate these quiet moments, so different from the constant chatter and performance of court life. Here she didn't have to fill the air with clever remarks or diplomatic phrases. Here simply existing was enough. A trumpet blast shattered the stillness. Seraphina froze, her hand halfway to a mushroom. The sound came again, bright, brassy, and unmistakably royal. Her stomach plummeted. Grumblethorn straightened to his full height, ears twitching. "What is—" Before he could finish, something small and gray streaked through the underbrush, nearly colliding with Seraphina's ankles. Tilda skidded to a stop, her raccoon face pinched with exasperation as she stood on her hind legs. "Puffed up peacock approaching," she announced with a dramatic flourish of her paws. "Complete with feathered entourage and the most tragic poetry I've ever been forced to endure." Seraphina's heart sank. "Percival." "The very same," Tilda confirmed, brushing imaginary dust from her fur. "Though he's introducing himself as Percival the Magnificent now, which is ambitious at best and delusional at worst." Grumblethorn's expression darkened. "How did he find this place?" "Questions for later," Seraphina said, already gathering her skirts and heading toward the bridge. "We need to intercept him before he tries something heroically stupid." She hurried through the forest path, aware of Grumblethorn's heavy footfalls behind her. The closer they got to the bridge, the more her pulse quickened, not from exertion, but from a complicated panic rising in her chest. Part of her had known this moment would come eventually, but she wasn't ready. Not yet. Not when things with Grumblethorn had just started feeling right. They broke through the tree line and Seraphina stopped dead in her tracks. The modest woodland bridge had transformed into something from a royal pageant. Banners emblazoned with the Hemsworth crest, a silver peacock on azure, fluttered from every available surface. At least 20 attendants in matching blue and silver livery bustled about, arranging and rearranging items to create the perfect tableau. And at the center of it all, astride a gleaming white stallion that looked thoroughly fed up with the situation, sat Sir Percival. His armor had been polished to a mirror finish and decorated with what appeared to be hand-painted miniatures of his own face along the breastplate. His golden hair cascaded from beneath a helmet adorned with peacock feathers. Before Seraphina could process this absurd spectacle, Percival spotted her. His face lit up with practiced heroism, and he raised a gauntleted hand dramatically. "Fear not, my delicate blossom," he proclaimed, voice pitched to carry to the cheap seats. "I, Sir Percival the Magnificent—" "Unimpressive," muttered Tilda, now perched on Seraphina's shoulder. "Have braved untold dangers to liberate you from this mossy monstrosity." On cue, a weary-looking man with a lute stepped forward and strummed dramatic chords. Several attendants released white doves, which immediately fled into the forest. Seraphina felt Grumblethorn tense beside her. His relaxed posture from the mushroom grove had vanished, replaced by a rigid formality she hadn't seen since her first days here. She followed Grumblethorn's gaze to the nobles in Percival's entourage, who stared at him with undisguised revulsion. One woman actually clutched her pearls. Without thinking, Seraphina stepped slightly in front of him, a protective gesture that came as naturally as breathing. From the corner of her eye, she caught Tilda raising her eyebrows meaningfully. "Well, well," the raccoon murmured, just loud enough for Seraphina to hear. Interesting. Percival was still talking, something about dragons and bandits he'd allegedly defeated on his journey. Seraphina barely heard him. Instead, she felt herself slipping back into old patterns, her spine straightening, chin lifting. When she finally spoke, her voice had taken on the practiced lilt of court speech. "Sir Percival, what a delightful surprise," she said, the words flowing automatically. "Your concern for my welfare is most touching." Percival beamed, clearly convinced his rescue mission was going perfectly. He swung down from his horse with theatrical grace, handed the reins to an attendant, and strode toward her with arms outstretched. "My princess, how you must have suffered in this wilderness! But fear not, your knight has arrived." He attempted to embrace her, but Seraphina neatly sidestepped, maintaining a diplomatic smile. "While your gallantry is appreciated, I'm afraid there's been a slight misunderstanding about my situation." Percival blinked. "Misunderstanding?" "Indeed." She gestured vaguely toward the bridge. "I am bound by a magical contract, an ancient form of toll magic. Until its conditions are met, I cannot leave this place." She explained the situation with precision, watching Percival's expression shift from heroic determination to petulant disappointment. By the time she finished, his mouth had formed a perfect mow of displeasure. "A binding contract? How pedestrian!" He sighed dramatically. "And here I planned such a magnificent rescue. The bards were going to compose an entire cycle." "Most unfortunate," Seraphina agreed, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain her court persona. Each word felt hollow, like she was playing a character in someone else's story. Throughout the exchange, Grumblethorn remained unnervingly silent. His face stayed impassive as Percival paced the clearing, thinking aloud. "Well, no matter. I shall simply make camp nearby until this primitive enchantment is broken." Percival gestured to his entourage, who immediately began unpacking elaborate tents and furniture. "And if it takes too long, I'll have the royal sorcerers dismantle this barbaric troll magic." At this, Grumblethorn's massive hands curled into fists, his claws digging into his palms. Seraphina noticed a muscle twitch in his jaw, the only outward sign of his anger. Within an hour, an absurdly opulent camp had materialized beside the bridge. Silk pavilions in the Hemsworth colors stood in a semicircle around a central fire pit. Servants had erected a portable bathing tent complete with steaming water being poured into a copper tub. The smell of roasting meat and exotic spices filled the air as Percival's personal chef prepared dinner. It was ridiculous, extravagant, completely unnecessary, and achingly familiar. "Princess," Percival said, taking both her hands in his. His gauntlets had been removed, but his fingers were still cold against her skin. "This brief captivity will make a magnificent addition to our wedding tale. Think of it. The brave knight, the enchanted prisoner, the dramatic rescue. Our children will beg to hear it again and again." Seraphina felt a strange chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. She became acutely aware of the magical sigil that connected her to Grumblethorn. Its usual warm glow had dimmed noticeably at Percival's words. She glanced back at Grumblethorn, who had retreated several steps into the forest shadows. Their eyes met briefly, his dark and unreadable, yet somehow conveying everything. Then he turned away with a formal nod that felt like emotional surrender. Seraphina felt something crack inside her chest. "You must join me for a proper meal," Percival insisted, already leading her toward his camp. "After weeks of whatever trolls eat, roots and raw meat, I assume, you deserve civilization. I've brought your favorite spiced wine from the palace cellars." She should correct him, tell him about Grumblethorn's excellent cooking, his collection of teas, the surprising delicacy with which he prepared meals. But the words stuck in her throat as she was swept into the camp, surrounded by familiar faces from court. "Your Highness, what an ordeal you've endured. Were you kept in chains? How barbaric. Did it try to eat you?" The questions bombarded her from all sides as she was seated at a portable dining table draped in silk. Servants poured wine and laid out course after course of elaborate dishes. Percival sat beside her, one hand possessively on the back of her chair as he regaled everyone with the tale of his journey. Seraphina found herself mechanically playing her part, laughing at the right moments, gasping at tales of danger, demurely accepting Percival's boasts about crossing treacherous mountains, the road had been perfectly clear, and outsmarting bandits who were suspiciously similar to farmers in his retelling. But her eyes kept drifting toward the darkened bridge and cave beyond. "And then," Percival was saying, "when the griffin attacked our camp—" "There are no griffins in Silverwood," Seraphina corrected automatically, then immediately regretted it when conversation stilled. Percival recovered with a patronizing smile. "Of course you wouldn't have seen one, locked away in that cave. They hunt at great heights." He patted her hand. "Don't worry, my dear. Once we're married, you won't need to trouble yourself with such details. That's what husbands are for." Several courtiers nodded approvingly. Seraphina took a large sip of wine. The evening crawled on, each moment stretching like taffy. As servants cleared the final course, Percival clapped his hands for attention. "And now, the true purpose of my haste." He reached into his doublet and produced a small velvet pouch. From it he withdrew a royal seal, the Queen's personal mark. Seraphina's stomach twisted. She recognized it immediately. "Your mother sends this with her blessing," Percival said, presenting it to her with a flourish. "Simply activate it, and it will summon the royal guard to escort us home. The Queen thought it prudent to expedite matters, given the unusual nature of your confinement." The weight of expectation hung heavily in the air. Every eye watched her, waiting for her to accept the seal and her fate in one gesture. That is," Seraphina composed herself, summoning every diplomatic skill she possessed, "such matters require proper preparation. I would need to gather my belongings and say my farewells. Protocol demands proper closure of magical contracts." Percival's smile tightened, but he nodded. "Of course, protocol. We shall activate it tomorrow then, after you've prepared for departure." When she finally extracted herself from the dinner, pleading exhaustion, Seraphina nearly ran back to the cave. The familiar rocky entrance greeted her, but something felt different. Wrong. Inside, she found Grumblethorn methodically removing all her decorative touches from his space. The colorful throw pillows she'd placed on his stone chairs, the curtains she'd hung over the storage alcoves, the small vase of woodland flowers that had sat on his table for weeks. His movements were deliberate, his expression closed off as he carefully folded each item and placed it in a neat pile. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice small in the cavernous space. Grumblethorn didn't look at her. "Returning your things. You'll want to pack them." "But I haven't decided." "Your fiancé has arrived to rescue you, Princess." His voice was formal, distant, the way he'd spoken when she first arrived. "The contract will be fulfilled soon." "The contract isn't just about time passing," she argued. "It's about—" "Bridges are for crossing, Princess," he interrupted, still not meeting her eyes. "You should prepare for your journey home." The formality cut deeper than anger ever could. Between them, the magical sigil flickered weakly, like a candle about to go out. Seraphina opened her mouth to protest, to explain that Percival wasn't what she wanted, that the palace had never felt like home the way this cave surprisingly did. But Grumblethorn had already turned away, retreating to the garden where they'd harvested mushrooms just hours ago. The space between them stretched wider than the physical distance, a chasm of unspoken words and feelings neither seemed brave enough to bridge. Seraphina stood among the half-dismantled remnants of their shared life, the royal seal heavy in her pocket, feeling more trapped than she had at any point since arriving at the bridge.
Chapter 10. If I say nothing, it might go away. Grumblethorn arranged his fungi collection with painstaking precision, organizing each specimen by exact toxicity levels. The death caps belonged with the death caps, the mild stomach churners with the mild stomach churners, the hallucinogenic varieties which he'd never indulge in, obviously, but kept for purely academic purposes, in their own special section. This requires absolute concentration, he muttered to himself, knowing full well it did not. A troll child could sort fungi, but sorting fungi meant not thinking about the hollowness of the cave, since Seraphina had started spending most of her time at Sir Percival's ridiculous camp. The man had brought actual silk tents in a forest with dirt. Not that Grumblethorn was keeping track of how much time she spent there. Certainly not. He was simply observant. A leaf smacked him in the back of the head. "Really, Fern? Again?" He turned to glare at the plant, who had clearly positioned herself for maximum dramatic effect, drooping artistically over his reading nook, a small pile of shed leaves accumulating beneath her pot. Fern's remaining leaves rustled with obvious judgment. "I am not brooding," he informed her, though he absolutely was. "I am organizing. There is a significant difference." Fern went completely still in that unique way that somehow communicated, "Sure you are, and I'm a cactus." Grumblethorn returned to his fungi, ignoring the way Fern's stalk suddenly perked up at the sound of footsteps outside the cave entrance, only to droop dramatically when they passed by. She'd done this 14 times today. Not that he was counting. "She's making her choice, and it's the right one," he said, more to himself than to Fern. Back to her real life, with real people, human people with shiny armor and silk tents and trumpets. Fern dropped 3 more leaves in protest. "You're making a mess," he grumbled as he picked up a particularly toxic specimen. "Which reminds me, I should sweep before—" A soft pop, followed by a puff of tea-scented steam, interrupted him. Grumblethorn startled, nearly dropping the mushroom. A clipboard had materialized at eye level, hovering in his personal space with absolutely no regard for proper hovering etiquette. The top page bore an elaborate letterhead with flowing script that read, "Urgent Emotional Intelligence Assessment." Grumblethorn ignored it. The clipboard floated closer. He turned away. The clipboard followed, zipping around to face him again. The text rearranged itself before his eyes, now blaring, "Read this now, Moss, for brains." "Chamomile," he growled, recognizing the meddling tea golem's handiwork immediately. He snatched the clipboard from the air with more force than necessary. "Fine. Let's see what's so urgent that you have to interrupt my important taxonomic work." The assessment began in a professional tone. Subject: Grumblethorn of Silverwood Bridge. Status: emotionally constipated. Prognosis: terminal stubbornness. "This is absurd," Grumblethorn muttered, though his ears had flattened against his skull. A tell Seraphina had once called adorably obvious. His eyes continued down the page. Subject displays pathological commitment to loneliness despite obvious emotional attachments. Insists on sabotaging own happiness with impressive dedication. Has developed sophisticated defense mechanisms, including aggressive fungi sorting. Pretending plant reactions are normal seasonal changes, referring to feelings as temporary digestive discomfort. Award-winning brooding, competition held annually in own mind. "I do not brood," he protested, accidentally crushing the edge of the clipboard. He relaxed his grip and flipped to the next page, his indignation growing with each word. The next section contained detailed notes on his avoidance behaviors, including a precise count of how many times he had reorganized his tea collection since meeting Seraphina, and how often he pretended not to watch for her return every 6 minutes, on average. "This is an invasion of privacy," he growled at the clipboard, which remained impassive in that special way only enchanted stationery could manage. He was about to throw the whole thing into his compost pile when he flipped to a page that made his breath catch. There, in elegant script, was a transcribed conversation from Seraphina's visit to the steeped hex. One line glowed with magical emphasis. "I'd stay if someone wanted me." Below it, Chamomile had added her own observation. Subject displayed genuine emotional vulnerability. Tea leaves formed heart shape. Prognosis? Waiting for a sign that will never come, because someone is too busy protecting himself. Grumblethorn's hands began to tremor slightly. The clipboard shook, not from magic, but from his own unsteady grip. He quickly flipped to the final page, where a hastily scribbled note in Chamomile's flowing handwriting read, "Trollkeeper contracts require mutual resolution. Magic knows the difference between letting go and giving up. P.S. Your moss is dying." "What?" His head jerked up. For the first time in days, he really looked at his cave. The luminous moss that had always given his home a soft, welcoming glow was indeed dulling. Patches had turned an alarming shade of gray, particularly around the entrance where the magical sigil pulsed weakly. The contract was fading, not from resolution, but from neglect. As if responding to his distress, the ground beneath the cave trembled. A fine shower of dust rained down from the ceiling. Grumblethorn dropped the clipboard and rushed outside, just in time to see a deep crack form across the bridge's ancient stonework. "No, no, no," he muttered, rushing to examine the foundation where the original runes were carved. These markings were his responsibility, his heritage, passed down through generations of trollkeepers. He knew every curve and line by heart. Or he thought he did. The runes were changing before his eyes. The familiar text about payment or service shifted, revealing deeper, older inscriptions that had been hidden beneath. Words about truth between hearts and bridges crossed together emerged from the stone itself, glowing with faint blue light. "What is this?" he whispered, tracing the new, old words with a careful claw. "This isn't the contract I invoked." "Isn't it, though?" Grumblethorn nearly jumped out of his mossy hide. Tilda had appeared at his shoulder, as silently judgmental as only an enchanted raccoon could be. She stood on her hind legs, paws crossed over her chest. "These runes," he pointed, trying to ignore her penetrating stare. "They've changed. The contract is unstable." Tilda examined her claws. "Interesting how we convince ourselves that pushing people away is for their benefit, not because we're afraid they might actually choose to stay." Grumblethorn bristled. "I'm not pushing her away. She's making her choice. She belongs with her own kind." "Her own kind?" Tilda arched an eyebrow. "You mean the fancy boy who spent breakfast explaining how he plans to fix her personality once they're married? That kind?" Something hot and protective flared in Grumblethorn's chest. He said, "What?" "Oh, now we're interested," Tilda smirked. "That pretty boy's planning a grand exit tomorrow. Brought actual trumpeters. Tragic." She sauntered away, adding over her shoulder, "But you enjoy your fungi collection. I'm sure it's very fulfilling." Another tremor shook the bridge, stronger this time. The crack widened perceptibly, and the weak glow of the sigil flickered like a dying ember. Something was very wrong. The bridge had stood for centuries, weathering storms and wars and the occasional dragon. It shouldn't be failing now, not unless... The realization struck him with cold clarity. The magical contract was tied to the bridge's integrity. If the contract failed catastrophically, rather than resolving properly... He glanced toward Sir Percival's camp, where Seraphina would be preparing to cross tomorrow. If the bridge collapsed while she was on it... Determined to at least ensure her safe passage, Grumblethorn pressed his hands against the ancient stones and began the traditional toll-keeper's ritual. He closed his eyes and channeled his energy into the runes, reciting the words his father had taught him. "I, Grumblethorn of the Silverwood Bridge, keeper of the toll, guardian of... Arg! A painful magical backlash threw him backward. He landed hard on the forest floor, his palms smoking slightly from the rejected spell. As he struggled to sit up, a low rumble emanated from the bridge itself. The sound resolved into words, ancient, resonant, and distinctly unimpressed. False intent, true toll required. Heart for heart, or none shall cross. Another crack splintered across the stonework, deeper than the first, and accompanied by a discordant magical resonance that made Grumblethorn's teeth ache. The bridge was failing, and his attempts to fix it were only making things worse. "What does that even mean?" he growled at the bridge. "Heart for heart? I'm trying to keep everyone safe." The bridge remained stubbornly silent, aside from an ominous creaking. Fern had somehow managed to drag her pot to the cave entrance. She rustled frantically, as if trying to communicate something important. "Not now, Fern," Grumblethorn muttered as he paced. "I need to think." The light was fading as evening approached. Soon Seraphina would return for her last night in the cave before departing with Sir Percival in the morning. The thought sent a hollow ache through his chest that he refused to name. He stood at the edge of the failing bridge as darkness fell, watching the sigil's light pulse weaker and weaker. The contract was dying, and with it, the bridge. All because he hadn't understood the true nature of the magic he'd invoked. In his pocket, he felt the small moss pendant he'd been secretly growing for Seraphina. A parting gift to remember her time here. He'd infused it with a tiny portion of the cave's luminescence, a piece of his world she could take with her. He took it out now, the soft glow illuminating his rough fingers. "Some bridges aren't meant to be crossed together," he whispered, closing his fist around the pendant. It glowed briefly through his fingers before dimming to match the fading sigil. A choice crystallized in his mind, born of protection rather than courage. He would strengthen the sigil enough for her safe passage tomorrow, and then release her completely, even if it meant draining his own magical connection to the bridge, even if it meant severing his ancient bloodline's tie to this place. Better to lose his heritage than to lose her to the collapse. He tucked the pendant back into his pocket and squared his shoulders. There was work to be done before she returned. He needed to stabilize the sigil, pack her things, and prepare himself to say goodbye. "And I should probably clean up the fungi," he muttered, glancing back at the cave. "Can't send a princess home with toxic mushroom spores on her fancy dresses." No sooner had he turned back toward the cave than he heard the sound of someone clearing their throat. He whirled around to find Chamomile standing on the bridge, or rather hovering slightly above it, her porcelain face impassive, but somehow radiating disappointment. "Did you even read the whole assessment?" she asked, steam curling from her head in irritated wisps. "I got the general idea," Grumblethorn grumbled. "You think I'm making a mistake." "No, I know you're making a mistake," Chamomile corrected, floating closer. "And it's a particularly stupid one, even for a troll. The bridge is failing. She needs to leave safely." "The bridge," Chamomile said with exaggerated patience, "is responding to your emotions, both of your emotions. That's how Trollkeeper magic works." Grumblethorn blinked. "Both? But she's not." "Part of the magic?" Chamomile finished. "Of course she is. From the moment she failed your riddle, spectacularly, I might add, and you invoked the contract, she became magically entwined with this place." She gestured to the fading moss. "And with you. That's not possible. Trollkeeper magic is passed through bloodlines, not what? Not hearts?" Chamomile floated in a tight circle around him. "Tell me, wise troll, what exactly did you think heart for heart meant? A cardiac exchange program?" Grumblethorn opened his mouth, then closed it again. Down at the camp, he could hear laughter, Seraphina's laugh mingled with others. Real people. Her people. She's leaving, he said, the words like stones in his throat. She's chosen. Has she? Chamomile raised an eyebrow. Or are you choosing for her because it's easier than risking rejection? The bridge trembled again. A small shower of stone chips tumbled into the ravine below. I can't keep her here against her will, Grumblethorn said. Finally, something we agree on, Chamomile nodded. So, perhaps you should ask what her will actually is instead of assuming. Novel concept, I know. Communication, very avant-garde. With that parting shot, Chamomile vanished in a puff of fragrant steam, leaving Grumblethorn alone with his thoughts and a rapidly deteriorating bridge. It was then he noticed Fern had somehow managed to inch her pot even closer to the entrance. A single new bud had formed among her drooping foliage. As he watched, it unfurled into a small white flower, the same kind that grew in the corner of the garden where he and Seraphina had worked side by side. Traitor, he muttered at Fern, but there was no heat in it. Night had fallen completely now. The bridge's outline was barely visible in the gloom, marked only by the weakening glow of the magical sigil. From the camp came the sound of a lute, played with more enthusiasm than skill, and the warm glow of a campfire. Grumblethorn turned back to his cave, which suddenly felt more like a tomb than a home, and began preparing for what needed to be done, even as a quiet voice in the back of his mind whispered what Chamomile had left unsaid. What if the bridge could be saved not by letting go, but by holding on?
Chapter 11. This is fine, I am calm, the garden is on fire. Seraphina folded the tea labels with methodical precision, smoothing each crease with her fingernail as if the tiny squares of parchment might somehow preserve the memories attached to them. Courage in a cup. Midnight melancholy. Yesterday's regrets. She'd written them all in her looping script, complete with tiny drawings of what each blend might make you feel. A smile, a teardrop, a butterfly breaking free. The sunset streamed through Percival's ridiculously elaborate silk tent, casting everything in a golden light that made this gaudy diplomatic camp seem almost magical. Almost. But not quite like the real magic she'd experienced these past weeks. Home doesn't simply drink tea at random, she murmured, mimicking Grumblethorn's gruff tone. Her lips curved upward despite the hollow ache spreading through her chest. She tucked the labels into a small wooden box he'd carved for her, ostensibly to keep her trinkets from contaminating his sensible storage system. The memory of his embarrassed grumble when he'd presented it to her made something twist painfully in her chest. Next came a small pouch of seeds he'd helped her collect, moon-ripple herbs that only bloomed under 3/4 moons. Whisper root that sang faintly when planted near running water. Thorn blossom that looked dangerous but produced the sweetest nectar she'd ever tasted. The trick is knowing which things only look like they'll hurt you, Grumblethorn had explained, carefully showing her how to harvest the delicate petals without pricking her fingers. Last was Geraldine, her dagger, now wrapped in a scrap of fabric dyed in patterns of moss green and earth brown. The fabric had been torn from Grumblethorn's spare tunic after she'd caught it on a branch during their foraging expedition. He'd insisted she keep it when she'd tried to apologize. "Your Highness?" Percival's voice floated through the tent flap, followed by the man himself, resplendent in emerald velvet that somehow still managed to look like a costume compared to Grumblethorn's simple practical clothes. "I've brought you something simply marvelous for tomorrow's triumphant return." He unfurled a gown so elaborate it practically required its own tent. Gold thread embroidery covered every inch of the bodice, while the skirt bloomed outward in layers of cream and blush silk that would make walking through the forest completely impossible. "The royal dressmaker worked night and day when she heard of your rescue," Percival preened. "I personally selected the pearl inlay pattern. See how it forms our intertwined initials, P and S, together forever?" A fortnight ago, this gown would have inspired either rage or despair. Now, Seraphina simply felt nothing. She studied Percival's animated face, handsome in the conventional way of court portraiture, every expression calculated for maximum charm, and realized she'd outgrown him, outgrown the palace, outgrown the version of herself that could fit into this life. But what waited beyond it? "You'll wear the diamond tiara, of course," Percival continued, apparently not noticing her silence. "And I've planned a spectacular announcement for our wedding date. The town square will be transformed with imported roses, red to signify our passion, and doves released at precisely the moment I place the engagement ring upon your finger. For the second time," he added with a chuckle that suggested her running away had been an amusing anecdote rather than an act of desperate self-preservation. "Percival," she finally interrupted, forcing her voice into diplomatic smoothness, "I need to fulfill certain obligations to my host before we depart. Farewell rituals, troll customs. Very important." "Customs? With that creature?" Percival's perfect nose wrinkled. "Darling, that's what the royal purse is for. I've left a sack of gold by that mossy boulder he calls home. Far more than a bridge-dwelling monstrosity deserves, but your father insisted on diplomatic courtesy." The sigil at Seraphina's wrist pulsed faintly. A warning or an encouragement, she couldn't tell. "Nevertheless," she said firmly, "I have matters to attend to, alone." Percival looked ready to argue, but something in her expression stopped him. "As you wish, my dove. But don't be long. We have much to discuss about the welcome parade." Seraphina slipped out of the tent, breathing deeply once she escaped the suffocating cloud of Percival's expensive cologne. The familiar path to Grumblethorn's garden beckoned, and she followed it without conscious thought, her feet remembering the way even as her mind raced with all the words she couldn't seem to form. Beneath her feet, the stone of the path cracked, a tiny fissure that spread like a spiderweb. The sigil at her wrist flickered dimly, like a lantern running out of oil. Whatever magic bound her to this place was failing, breaking down with each step that took her closer to departure. The garden, when she reached it, stole the breath from her lungs. Luminescent mushrooms lined the pathway, their blue-white glow casting gentle shadows. Orbs of moss floated overhead, suspended by magic she couldn't comprehend, each one radiating an amber glow that made the space feel impossibly intimate. And at the center, Grumblethorn knelt beside a freshly turned bed of soil, his large hands impossibly gentle as he patted the earth around delicate seedlings. Night-blooming flowers, rare and difficult to cultivate, arranged in a pattern she recognized instantly. The royal crest of Grevenwell, rendered in living plants instead of cold metal. He'd made this for her, a piece of home reimagined in his world. At the sound of her footsteps, he startled and rose to his full height, nearly toppling backward in his haste. Something small glinted in his palm before he quickly tucked it into his pocket, his movements uncharacteristically flustered. "Seraphina," he said, her name still sounding strange in his deep voice, as if he rarely allowed himself to speak it aloud. He gestured awkwardly toward a small arrangement of flat stones and cushions, a makeshift seating area where 2 steaming cups of tea waited. "I made too much tea. Seemed a waste not to share it." The careful arrangement told a different story. 2 cups, 2 cushions, stones arranged to capture the warmth of the moss lights above. This wasn't accidental excess. This was invitation. This was hope. She settled onto one of the cushions, trying not to notice how it had been positioned to accommodate her shorter legs, or how the tea in her cup was the precise shade of amber she preferred. "Thank you," she said, the words woefully inadequate. The garden held its breath around them. Even the night insects seemed to have paused their chorus, as if the entire forest waited to hear what they would say to each other in these final hours. "I wanted to thank," she began. "I meant to tell you," he said simultaneously. They both stopped, the awkwardness cracking into soft laughter that felt like the most precious sound in the world, and the most painful, knowing how soon it would exist only in memory. "You first," he offered, his massive shoulders hunched slightly inward. Seraphina took a deep breath. "The royal delegation leaves at dawn. Percival has plans." "I understand." Grumblethorn nodded, his expression forcibly neutral. "You have obligations, a kingdom, a future." "Yes," she agreed, the words scraping her throat. "I'll be replanting sections of the East Garden once things return to normal," he said, gesturing vaguely. "The quiet will be good for concentration." Each sentence felt encoded, laden with meanings neither could speak directly. The real translation hovered between them. "I'll miss you terribly. The silence will be unbearable. Nothing will be normal again." As night deepened around them, their conversation shifted, moving from superficial observations to truths they'd never voiced before. "For the first time in my life," Seraphina admitted, watching the steam rise from her cup, "I felt seen rather than looked at. You never wanted anything from me except me." Grumblethorn studied his massive hands. "The cave never felt empty until I imagined it without you," he confessed, the words rough, edged with emotion. "Even your chaos became necessary." A sharp crack split the silence, echoing from the direction of the bridge. Seraphina jumped, her tea sloshing over the rim of her cup. "The magic is failing," Grumblethorn explained reluctantly. "The contract responds to intention as much as location. Your heart has already departed, even if your body remains. It's creating structural instability." "The bridge is breaking?" Alarm tinged her voice. "I've prepared a strengthening ritual for tomorrow. You'll cross safely." He glanced toward the source of the sound. "The magic seems to have its own opinions about proper goodbyes." The inevitability of their separation hung between them, heavier than the night air, more permanent than the stone beneath them. Tomorrow she would return to a world of diplomatic smiles and strategic marriages. He would remain here with his garden and his silence. Two worlds never meant to intersect. "If things were different," she whispered, moving closer until their shoulders touched. The contrast was stark. Her silk sleeve against his rough-spun tunic, her delicate shoulder barely reaching his massive upper arm. She left the sentence unfinished, a road not taken rather than a door firmly closed. When Grumblethorn turned to meet her gaze, the garden's lights reflected in his eyes like distant stars, and Seraphina realized with sudden clarity that she'd never seen anything so beautiful as this grumpy, gentle giant looking at her like she was something precious. She leaned forward with gentle hesitation, giving him every chance to pull away. He remained perfectly still, as if afraid the slightest movement might shatter this impossible moment. Their lips met in a question. "Is this allowed? Is this real?" before transforming into an answer neither expected. Deep, certain, devastating in its reality. The sigil at her wrist flared blindingly bright between them, its magic spilling outward in waves that seemed to touch every living thing in the garden. Flowers that shouldn't bloom until midwinter burst open around them. Vines stretched toward the sky like reaching hands. The luminous mushrooms pulsed in rhythm with Seraphina's racing heart. And somewhere beyond the grotto, the ancient bridge gave a final, ominous crack, the sound of magic recognizing what hearts had found and paths had lost. Grumblethorn's arms encircled her, strong enough to lift mountains yet gentle enough to cradle a seedling. For the first time since she'd fled the palace, Seraphina felt completely, utterly whole. "I can't go back to being that person," she whispered against his mouth. "I don't want to marry him. I don't want that life. And I don't want to be alone anymore," Grumblethorn confessed, his voice rumbling through her like distant thunder. "Not after knowing what it's like to have you here." Another crack echoed through the night, louder this time, followed by a strange metallic groan. "That," Grumblethorn said, reluctantly breaking their embrace, "is not a good sound." The sigil flashed again, pulsing faster now, the glow spreading up Seraphina's arm in spidery lines of light that matched the cracks appearing in the garden path. "What's happening?" she asked, though part of her already knew. Magic, real magic, didn't follow polite human rules. It followed heart rules, soul rules, truth rules. "I think," Grumblethorn said slowly, "the contract is trying to resolve itself. Magical obligations require closure, either completion or cancellation." He frowned. "But this isn't how it usually works. Something's different." As if in response, the ground beneath them trembled. In the distance, a tremendous groaning sound rose, the unmistakable cry of ancient stone giving way. Seraphina clutched his arm. "Grumblethorn, the bridge! We have to go." He pulled her to her feet. "Now."
Chapter 12. Someone tell the raccoon to stop meddling. They raced from the garden, Grumblethorn pausing only long enough to snatch Fern's pot from its place among his prized fungi. The ground continued to shake beneath them as they followed the path toward the bridge, not away from it. Seraphina shot him a questioning look, but he pressed on. "We need to see what's happening," he explained, his voice tight with worry. "If the contract is breaking this violently, the entire bridge could be at risk." As they crested the small rise that overlooked the ravine, Grumblethorn couldn't tear his eyes from the disintegrating structure before them. Ancient stones, held in place by generations of troll magic, began to shudder and drift as if possessed. The sigil at the heart of the bridge contract, his family's legacy, pulsed sickly green rather than its usual steady amber. He'd never seen the magic destabilize like this. "We shouldn't get any closer," he growled, reaching for Seraphina's wrist before catching himself. He had no right to touch her anymore. Not after they'd... A massive stone broke free from the arch, crashing to the ground below and sending fragments skittering across the ravine. "Stay back," he amended, gesturing toward safer ground. "Before we're crushed." Seraphina didn't argue, but neither did she retreat. Together they stood at a precarious distance, watching the increasingly unstable structure. The earth trembled beneath their feet as more stones shifted and groaned. Grumblethorn clutched Fern's pot to his chest, the usually judgmental plant distressingly still and drooping. Like him, it seemed to be withering the farther Seraphina moved toward freedom. The soft, golden light of dawn illuminated the devastating scene. The entire bridge structure pulsed with unstable magic, stones lifting and dropping back into place, as if the ancient structure were breathing its last. The sigil's glow had spread throughout the entire structure, but instead of its usual warm amber, it flashed erratically between sickly green and angry red. Magic shouldn't behave this way, wild and desperate. A familiar chittering announced Tilda's arrival as the enchanted raccoon scampered to their side, her whiskers uncharacteristically droopy. "Your fancy entourage is making a strategic retreat," she announced, gesturing toward Percival's camp in the distance, where servants hurriedly loaded wagons. "Seems they value their lives more than your rescue, Princess." "Refreshingly sensible, if you ask me." Grumblethorn followed her gaze. Sure enough, the pompous knight who had come to save Seraphina was now overseeing a hasty departure, his ostentatious cape flapping as he directed servants to secure valuables. The sight should have brought him satisfaction. The man was clearly a coward, but all he felt was hollow. "They are leaving me?" Seraphina's voice was small. "Can't rescue what's about to be crushed by magical architecture," Tilda observed, scratching behind her ear with a hind paw. "Though I wouldn't take it personally. Even the woodland creatures are evacuating, and they usually love a good disaster." A deafening crack split the air as one of the bridge's supporting arches fractured. Grumblethorn winced. The pain was almost physical, as if the breaking stone were his own bones. "This isn't just structural damage." He cradled the wilting fern closer. "The magic itself is destabilizing. If the bridge falls..." He didn't need to finish. They all knew what was at stake. Not just a bridge, but a nexus of enchantment that had stood for centuries, balancing the magical flows of the entire forest. If it collapsed completely, the consequences would ripple far beyond a simple fallen crossing. I need to try something. Desperation propelled him forward toward the very structure that threatened to crush them. "Grumblethorn!" Seraphina's alarmed voice followed him. "What are you doing?" Apes and lynx hawks moving in the direction of the sound. He didn't answer, moving with surprising agility for his bulky frame as he approached the bridge's keystone. It floated eerily above its proper position, glowing an angry red that pulsed in time with the tremors. Generations of knowledge passed from tollkeeper to tollkeeper surfaced in his mind. The ancient stabilization ritual had never failed, not once in recorded history. Drawing upon memories of his grandfather's solemn instruction, Grumblethorn placed his massive hands on the glowing rune that adorned the keystone's face. The stone burned against his palms, but he gritted his teeth and began the incantation, the words rolling off his tongue in the ancient troll dialect. Sten og shiel, broogierta jeg bindet deg til meg. Berolig now. Behelm. The rune flared, intensifying to blinding white. For a moment Grumblethorn felt hope rise in his chest. Then the magic violently rejected him. A shock wave of energy blasted outward, throwing him through the air like he weighed nothing. His back slammed into the ground, driving the air from his lungs, the world spinning around him in a nauseating swirl of colors and pain. Something touched his shoulder. Someone. Seraphina. Her face swam into focus above him, features tight with concern. "Grumblethorn, are you all right?" He tried to answer, but only a rasp escaped. His fingers were still clenched around Fern's pod. Somehow he'd managed to protect the plant despite being thrown like a rag doll, only, when he looked down, his heart sank further. Fern was completely wilted, her normally vibrant leaves gray and lifeless. The plant that had witnessed his every secret, had thrived on truth and withered at deception, now looked as if it had been dead for weeks. Seraphina noticed too, her gaze dropping to the pitiful plant. When she spoke, her voice held a gentleness he'd rarely heard, the kind reserved for moments shared over late-night tea or whispers in his garden. What does it mean when a truth plant dies? Grumblethorn swallowed, the reality of what was happening settling over him like a shroud. "It means the truth hasn't been spoken," he responded hoarsely. Her eyes widened slightly at that, understanding dawning. But before she could respond, the ground beneath them gave a violent lurch. The bridge's rumbling intensified as stones began to break free entirely, falling into the ravine below with thunderous crashes. The magical structure was literally tearing itself apart. Grumblethorn struggled to his feet, leaning on Seraphina more than he wanted to admit. As he watched the destruction, clarity hit him with the force of another magical blast. It's not the bridge that's breaking. It's the connection. The words tumbled out as the realization formed. The contract can't resolve because... He stopped, the rest of the sentence trapped behind decades of practiced isolation, years of emotional guardedness, making the words impossible. To admit it would be to make himself vulnerable in a way he'd never risked before. And for what? She was leaving. She had a life to return to, responsibilities, a kingdom. A large slab of stone crashed nearby, showering them with dust and small debris. The destruction was accelerating. Seraphina glanced at the path that led away from the bridge, toward safety and her waiting escort in the distance. Grumblethorn steeled himself for her departure, the sensible choice anyone would make. Instead, she stepped closer. Her hands, small and warm against his face, turned him to look at her. The touch was gentle, but her expression held steel, the quiet authority that reminded him she was, in fact, royalty. "Tell me," she demanded, her voice firm despite the chaos surrounding them. "Whatever it is, Whatever truth you're keeping, tell me now, before we both get crushed by magical architecture." The directness of her command broke something open inside him. All his careful walls, his practiced solitude, his deliberate isolation, they crumbled like the stones of his beloved bridge. "I've been the tollkeeper for 70 years, he confessed, the words scraping his throat raw. "And in all that time, I've never once wanted anyone to stay. Until you." The rumbling paused, just slightly, the falling rocks slowing in their descent. "And now, I can't bear to watch you leave, but I can't ask you to give up everything for this." He gestured at himself with a mixture of frustration and vulnerability. At his mossy skin, his imposing horns, his simple troll existence. The confession hung in the air between them, heavy and real. Then something extraordinary happened. The floating stones halted entirely, hovering in suspension as if time itself had paused to listen. A deep, rumbling voice that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath their feet reverberated through the clearing. "Truth acknowledged, partial payment accepted, completion requires mutual toll." Grumblethorn's eyes widened. The bridge itself was speaking, something he'd only heard described in the most ancient of his family's records. The voice of the bridge was considered a myth, a poetic explanation for the contract magic rather than a literal entity. Yet here it was, undeniable and ancient. Understanding flooded Seraphina's expression. Her gaze traveled deliberately, first to the distant camp where Percival waited, then to the forest path that would lead her home to the palace, and finally back to Grumblethorn. He recognized the calculation in her eyes, the weighing of possibilities. She wasn't just looking at places, but at potential futures, at the lives each choice would offer. The realization that she was actually considering staying hit him like a physical blow. Hope, that most dangerous of emotions, flickered to life in his chest. With calm deliberation that belied the destruction surrounding them, Seraphina reached beneath her collar and withdrew a delicate chain. Hanging from it was a royal seal, the symbol of her duty and birthright, crafted in gold and embedded with gems that caught the morning light. She removed it, the chain pooling in her palm alongside the heavy seal. Stepping toward the keystone, she placed the royal emblem on its surface beside Grumblethorn's still, tingling hand. "I choose neither obligation nor escape," she announced, her voice clear and carrying an undercurrent of surprising joy. "I choose this. Whatever it becomes." The certainty in her voice, the steadiness of her gaze. This wasn't the impulsive decision of a fleeing princess. This was a woman making perhaps the first choice that was entirely her own. Their combined declaration triggered an immediate magical response. The bridge stones that had been falling reversed their descent, floating upward as if time were rewinding. The structure shimmered with renewed energy as the stones rearranged themselves, not back to their original formation, but into something new. "Toll accepted," the ancient voice announced. "Passage granted. Bridge renewed." The sigil that had once bound them, first as captor and captive, then as reluctant housemates, and finally as something neither had dared name, transformed before their eyes. No longer a tether, it became a joining, spreading golden light that raced along the stonework, sealing cracks and reinforcing weakened areas. The glow extended beyond the bridge, washing over the cave entrance. Where once the opening had been jagged and imposingly troll-like, it now appeared more welcoming, with smooth archways and small luminous mushrooms framing the threshold. In his hands, Fern suddenly burst into jubilant bloom, not just with her usual judgmental foliage, but with dozens of tiny white flowers that released a sweet, clean scent. As the magic settled around them, Grumblethorn gazed in wonder at his bridge. No, at their bridge. It was fundamentally changed, now wider and more welcoming, with flowering vines growing along its sides and those same luminous mushrooms marking its path. The structure still held the essence of what it had been, but it had evolved into something new, something that combined the stability of his traditions with an openness he'd never allowed before. Seraphina laughed softly, the sound containing both tears and wonder as she touched the nearest stone, tracing the transformed sigil with her fingertip. "I think we just got married in troll magic," she whispered, turning to look at him with glistening eyes. The thought should have terrified him. 70 years of solitude broken by such an irrevocable commitment. Instead, he felt oddly at peace, as if some restless part of himself had finally settled. He reached for her, his massive hand gentle as he drew her closer. "I suppose that saves us having to cross any more bridges, doesn't it?" he murmured, a smile tugging at the corner of his usually stern mouth. Her answering smile was radiant. Behind them, Tilda slow-clapped with her tiny paws. "Well, that was dramatically unnecessary," the raccoon observed, though her eyes were suspiciously bright. "You two could have just talked about your feelings over tea, like normal people."
Chapter 13. She can leave any time she likes. Morning sun filtered through the newly formed crystal formations along the bridge, casting rainbow patterns across Seraphina's skin. She sat beside Grumblethorn on moss-covered stones, her shoulder occasionally brushing against his much larger one. The silence between them felt different now, no longer filled with the tension of imprisonment or the strain of keeping secrets. Instead, it hummed with possibility. Seraphina traced the faded sigil marks on her wrist, noticing how the once harsh constraints had transformed into something that resembled delicate, intertwined vines. Magic leaving its mark, but no longer binding her. The enchantment had changed, just as they had. "So," Seraphina began, drawing on years of diplomatic training that immediately dissolved into nervous laughter. "This is the part where we should probably discuss terms, conditions, whatever you call it when you accidentally magically commit to someone while saving an enchanted bridge from collapse." Grumblethorn's brow furrowed, his expression shifting between bewilderment and something that looked dangerously like hope before settling back into his usual caution. "There are no terms," he rumbled, his voice rough as stone. "The contract is fulfilled. You're free to—" Seraphina cut him off by pulling out a blank parchment she'd brought along, complete with quill and ink. The look of confusion on his face was worth the effort she'd taken to sneak back to her discarded travel pack at dawn. "I'm proposing a new contract," she announced, using the same authoritative tone she once reserved for royal audiences. Her smile softened the formality as she wrote "partnership agreement" at the top of the page with a flourish that made Grumblethorn's lips twitch with barely suppressed amusement. "Partnership?" he repeated, testing the word like an unfamiliar fruit. "Not imprisonment." "Definitely not imprisonment. Though I reserve the right to imprison all your baking supplies if you make those awful moss cookies again." She kept her tone light, but watched his expression carefully. For several heartbeats, Grumblethorn simply stared at the parchment. Then, with deliberate movements, he reached for the quill. His massive hand dwarfed it, yet he held it with surprising delicacy. "First term," he said, the gravel in his voice softening. "Weekly garden rotation schedule." Seraphina bit back a smile. Of course he'd start with the garden. "Agreed, with the understanding that I'm banned from pruning after the lavender incident." "The lavender still hasn't recovered," Grumblethorn muttered, but there was no heat in it. He carefully wrote the condition in blocky letters. "My turn," Seraphina said, reclaiming the quill. "Tea naming rights shared equally." Grumblethorn snorted. "You're not calling anything Sparkle Surprise in my cave." "Our cave," she corrected without thinking, then felt heat rise to her cheeks when his eyes snapped to hers. "I mean, if that's— I didn't mean to presume." "Our cave," he echoed, his voice dropping to that particular low register that made her stomach flip. "Term accepted." They continued, trading the quill back and forth. Each condition seemed to break down another barrier between them, transforming their awkward negotiation into something genuinely companionable. "Mandatory emotional check-ins every Friday," Seraphina wrote with a mischievous glint, "with bonus honesty points for voluntary confessions." Grumblethorn's green skin darkened considerably around his cheeks. "Those points, what exactly do they earn?" Seraphina leaned closer, enjoying the way his breath caught. "That's for future negotiation," she whispered. The scratching of quill against parchment continued. "No unnecessary royal visitors," Grumblethorn added. "Define unnecessary," Seraphina countered. "Anyone wearing those ridiculous pointed shoes." "Fair enough." "And anyone who calls me it or tries to stab me on sight." Seraphina's amusement faded. "That's not funny, and it's absolutely non-negotiable. No one disrespects you in our home." Grumblethorn looked genuinely startled by her vehemence, but before he could respond, a familiar tapping interrupted them. A royal messenger bird, one of her mother's prized purple martins, had landed on a nearby stone. It carried a scroll sealed with the royal insignia, the paper giving off the unmistakable scent of Queen Mare Wynn's lilac perfume. "Impeccable timing, Mother," Seraphina muttered, reaching for the scroll. The bird released it with a self-important chirp. As soon as she broke the seal, the scroll unfurled itself and began to glow. A miniature projection of Queen Merwen appeared, her image hovering above the parchment like a particularly regal ghost. "Darling," the Queen's projection began, her voice carrying that particular blend of affection and calculation that Seraphina knew all too well. "Word of your situation has reached the palace. I've been working tirelessly to prepare a heroic return narrative for you." Seraphina shot a glance at Grumblethorn, who had gone very still. "You can claim you transformed a savage troll through the power of royal diplomacy," the Queen continued, smile tight and eyes calculating. "We'll host a grand celebration of your triumph, and this unfortunate detour will only enhance your marriage prospects. Percival has graciously agreed to overlook this adventure if you return immediately. Respond post-haste." The projection flickered and disappeared, leaving the messenger bird waiting expectantly for Seraphina's reply. The silence felt heavier now, weighted with expectation and the ghost of her former life. When she looked at Grumblethorn, his expression had completely closed off. His shoulders were rigid, jaw set in a hard line as he stared at the messenger bird. "You should consider it," he said finally, voice neutral in a way that made her heart ache. "A second chance at the life you were meant to have." Seraphina studied him, seeing the careful distance he was already trying to place between them, even now after everything he was trying to protect her, even from himself, still assuming she couldn't possibly choose him. The bird squawked impatiently, hopping from one foot to the other. With deliberate movements that left no room for misinterpretation, Seraphina took the royal scroll and tore it into tiny pieces. The messenger bird's feathers puffed in obvious horror as she handed the confetti-like remains to it. "Please inform Her Majesty that I've accepted a permanent diplomatic posting as ambassador to the Silverwood Bridge, effective immediately," she said, with perfect princess diction, the kind she'd spent years perfecting at court. The bird looked between her and the torn paper with all the judgment a small avian could muster, then reluctantly accepted the fragments in its beak before taking flight with an offended squawk. Seraphina turned back to Grumblethorn, whose expression had transformed from resigned sacrifice to stunned disbelief. His eyes, those forest shadow eyes she'd come to know so well, were wide with uncertainty. "I'm staying," she said, meeting his gaze directly. "Not because I'm trapped, not because I'm hiding, because this is where I want to be. With you." She swallowed, adding softly, "If that's agreeable to the tollkeeper." For a moment, Grumblethorn didn't move. Then his face transformed with a smile that changed everything about him. The tension around his eyes softened, the permanent furrow between his brows disappeared, and Seraphina realized with a flutter that she'd never actually seen him truly, fully smile before. "Agreeable," he repeated, reaching for her hand. "Seraphina, it's the most agreeable proposition I've ever—" His words cut off as Fern, who had been suspiciously quiet throughout their negotiation, suddenly erupted into such spectacular bloom that several blossoms actually detached from her stems and floated around them like celebratory confetti. The tiny flowers drifted through the air, some landing in Seraphina's hair and on Grumblethorn's shoulders. Subtlety was never her strong point, Grumblethorn muttered, brushing a blossom from his tunic. Seraphina's laughter echoed beneath the bridge, the very structure that had once been her boundary now becoming the foundation of something entirely new. "I think she's just making her terms clear," she said, plucking a flower from where it had landed in Grumblethorn's hair. He caught her hand as she pulled away, his large fingers gentle around her wrist. "I think we should add one more term to our agreement," he said, voice hushed. "Oh?" Seraphina's pulse quickened beneath his touch. "No more goodbyes," he said simply. Seraphina felt something loosen in her chest, a knot of worry she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying. "That's not a term," she whispered. "That's a She leaned forward, and Grumblethorn met her halfway. This kiss wasn't like their first, desperate and tinged with goodbye. This one tasted like morning sunlight and new beginnings, unhurried and certain. When they finally broke apart, Seraphina noticed that the sigil marks on her wrist had shifted again, the vine-like patterns now forming a nearly perfect circle. Grumblethorn followed her gaze and showed her his own wrist, where matching marks had appeared. "The bridge approves," he said, a hint of wonder in his voice. "The bridge should mind its own business," Seraphina retorted, but she couldn't stop smiling as she picked up the quill again. "Now, where were we? Oh yes, cave decor policies." Grumblethorn groaned. "I'm not agreeing to unlimited throw pillows. Unlimited is negotiable, but none is completely off the table." As they resumed their playful bargaining, the morning sun climbed higher, strengthening the rainbow patterns cast by the crystal formations. The bridge, now healed and somehow more alive than before, creaked softly above them, not in warning, but in contentment. Seraphina had spent her life being told exactly what her story would be. Now she was writing it herself, term by term, day by day, with the most unexpected of partners, and not a single throw pillow negotiation would be taken for granted. "What about Tilda?" Grumblethorn asked suddenly. "What about her?" "She's been watching us for the past 10 minutes from behind that boulder," he said, gesturing with his chin. Sure enough, when Seraphina turned, she caught sight of a furry snout quickly ducking back behind a moss-covered rock. "Tilda," she called, "you might as well join us." The enchanted raccoon slinked out, whiskers twitching with obvious irritation at being caught. "Just making sure you two didn't mess it all up again," she sniffed, climbing onto the stone beside them. "Someone has to keep an eye on this relationship." "That someone is not you," Grumblethorn rumbled. "And yet," Tilda replied, unapologetically peering at their contract, "here I am." Seraphina bit back a laugh at Grumblethorn's expression of long-suffering patience. "Should we add reasonable boundaries for nosy magical wildlife to our agreement?" "Top of the next page," he agreed. Tilda's indignant chatter joined the sounds of the forest around them, and Seraphina caught Grumblethorn watching her with a softness that made her heart skip. This wasn't the fairy tale ending she'd been promised as a child. It was messy and uncertain and involved far too many opinions from enchanted plants and animals. But as she watched Grumblethorn argue with Tilda, while unconsciously keeping his hand linked with hers, Seraphina knew it was infinitely better than any story someone else could have written for her.
Chapter 14. I didn't mean to fall in love with a princess. Grumblethorn snipped a luminous purple mushroom from its cluster with more care than strictly necessary. The early morning dew hadn't quite burned off the moss carpeting the garden, and the resulting dampness soaked pleasantly into the knees of his trousers as he knelt among his fungi collection. The garden, once his private sanctuary, now flourished with almost embarrassing enthusiasm, as if the plants themselves were showing off for their new audience. He glanced back toward the cave entrance for the 6th time in as many minutes. From here, he couldn't see the sleeping alcove where Seraphina remained, curled beneath a pile of blankets, but knowing she was there, would still be there when he returned, created a warmth in his chest he couldn't quite explain. The feeling was simultaneously terrifying and wonderful, like standing at the edge of a cliff with a perfect view. A dusting of golden spores erupted as he clipped another mushroom, and Grumblethorn sneezed, catching the sound with his sleeve. He'd gotten used to moving quietly in the mornings, letting Seraphina sleep while he tended to the early chores. She'd proven to be surprisingly not a morning person for a royal, groaning dramatically whenever sunlight hit her face and burying deeper into the blankets with impressive determination. He found it unreasonably endearing. "Left cluster needs thinning," he muttered to himself, settling into the comfortable routine of harvest. "Hartshums coming in nicely. Should have enough for tea by—" A soft, melodic sound interrupted his inventory, and Grumblethorn froze mid-snip when he realized the sound was coming from him. Humming. He had been humming. An old troll lullaby his mother used to sing while tending her own garden, generations ago. He immediately clamped his mouth shut and looked around, shoulders hunching defensively, as if expecting mockery from the trees themselves. When had he started humming? He couldn't remember the last time he'd done that. Possibly never. "Absolutely not," he grumbled to a particularly judgmental-looking toadstool. "Just checking acoustics for structural integrity." The toadstool didn't look convinced. Grumblethorn returned to his harvesting with renewed focus, filling a woven basket with the morning's bounty: glow caps for nighttime tea, heart shrooms for any emotional upsets, and a few perfectly ordinary, but delicious, breakfast varieties. Seraphina had taken to mushroom omelets with surprising enthusiasm, claiming they were infinitely more interesting than whatever the palace chef used to make. As if summoned by the thought of breakfast, his stomach rumbled. Grumblethorn tucked his tools into his belt and stood, basket in hand, mentally planning their morning meal. The tranquility of his garden planning shattered at the sound of rapid footsteps and heavy breathing from the direction of the bridge. "Special delivery, special, very special," a voice called out between wheezes. "Bridgekeeper, bridge lovers." Grumblethorn winced at the volume. Before he could retreat into the cave, a small green figure staggered into view, nearly collapsing under the weight of an enormous wicker basket festooned with ribbons, flowers, and what appeared to be enchanted confetti that periodically burst into small, glittering explosions. "Bramblehawk," Grumblethorn growled in greeting, setting down his mushroom harvest. The goblin courier grinned, showcasing his impressive collection of pointed teeth. "Special delivery for the bridge lovers," he announced again, unnecessarily loud for their proximity. "That's what they're calling you in the eastern woods, by the way. The midsummer fairies have a different name that I probably shouldn't repeat in polite company." Grumblethorn's eyes widened in horror. He glanced frantically toward the cave where Seraphina still slept. "Keep your voice down," he hissed, making frantic shushing gestures. Bramblehook completely ignored him. "You wouldn't believe the gossip," the goblin continued at the exact same volume, dropping the massive basket at Grumblethorn's feet. "3 marriage proposals have been broken off because if a princess and a troll can figure it out, why can't we? The Enchanted Bakery is even selling little moss-covered cookie trolls holding tiny crowns." A strangled sound escaped Grumblethorn's throat. "That... they have no right to—" He stalked forward, hands outstretched to physically remove the courier from his property. "The bridge lovers? That's the best they could come up with? I was hoping for something with more dramatic flair. Grumblethorn froze mid-lunge as Seraphina's voice rang out from the cave entrance. She stood framed in the stone archway, wearing one of his old tunics as a makeshift robe. It hung to her knees, the sleeves rolled up half a dozen times to free her hands. Her auburn hair was gloriously disheveled, catching the morning sunlight in ways that made his chest tighten, and her smile held the kind of mischief that usually preceded him agreeing to something ridiculous. He had never seen anything more beautiful. "Princess!" Bramblehook executed a dramatic bow, recovering with the unflappable resilience of someone professionally accustomed to embarrassing situations. He immediately abandoned Grumblethorn to dart toward Seraphina, dragging the enormous basket behind him. "May I present your official congratulations basket, courtesy of half the enchanted forest?" "Half?" Seraphina raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying herself. "The other half is still composing songs about you," Bramblehook assured her. "Congratulations bread from the enchanted bakery, everlasting roses from the flower witches, and," he paused for dramatic effect, "most importantly, the latest gossip about Sir Percival's tantrum when he returned to court without you." Seraphina's eyes lit up with unholy glee. "You have my complete attention." Grumblethorn watched, caught between horror and fascination, as the goblin launched into an extremely detailed account of Sir Percival's return to court. Apparently, the knight had arrived with a full ballad prepared to commemorate his heroic princess rescue, only to discover he had no princess to showcase. "And then," Bramblehook continued, now perched on a mossy rock with Seraphina sitting cross-legged before him like a child at story hour, "he locked himself in the East Tower for 2 days and emerged with a 17-stanza poem of betrayal. I have it on good authority that he rhymed abandoned with empty-handed at least 4 times. Seraphina covered her mouth, but not quickly enough to contain her laughter. "Oh, no!" "Oh, yes!" Bramblehook's eyes glittered. And when that failed to generate the sympathy he expected, he commissioned a portrait of himself, looking tragically into the distance, with a single tear on his cheek that the artist notes describe as, and I quote, "glistening with noble suffering." Seraphina dissolved into helpless giggles, reaching out to steady herself against Grumblethorn's arm. Her fingers curled warmly around his forearm, the casualness of the touch scattering his thoughts like autumn leaves. Bramblehook's eyes widened comically as he observed the gesture, his mouth forming a small O of delighted scandal. Grumblethorn, suddenly aware of every point of contact between his skin and hers, fumbled the basket of mushrooms he'd been holding. It tumbled from his grasp, and the enchanted mushrooms immediately seized their freedom. They bounced away across the garden, small glowing orbs hurtling in every direction with what could only be described as mushroom indignation. "I'll get them later," he muttered, feeling his face heat as Seraphina squeezed his arm gently before letting go. They settled around the fire pit for breakfast, with Bramblehook eagerly accepting their invitation to join. The goblin produced a folding stool from his messenger bag, standard courier equipment for extended gossip sessions, and proceeded to consume an alarming amount of the congratulatory bread, while providing a comprehensive review of every magical creature's opinion regarding their relationship. "The Dryads are already planning a ballad," Bramblehook said around a mouthful of cinnamon swirl. "Something about moss and roses finding common ground? Very metaphorical." "And the Queen?" Seraphina asked, trying to sound casual and not quite managing it. Bramblehook grinned. "Still receiving your letters, still pretending she's not impressed by your stand against tradition. Between us, though," he leaned forward conspiratorially, "I've delivered 6 drafts of a new royal proclamation expanding the kingdom's diplomatic definition of suitable consorts." He winked at Grumblethorn. "Trolls made the list." Grumblethorn nearly choked on his tea. When breakfast concluded, Bramblehook pulled Grumblethorn aside. waiting until Seraphina became occupied with examining the contents of their gift basket. "Official message," the goblin said, his typical exuberance dimming as he produced a sealed parchment from his bag, marked urgent. Grumblethorn accepted the heavy envelope, turning it over to examine the wax seal, an ancient symbol depicting a bridge spanning a chasm, with a single star suspended above it, the Troll Keeper's Council. His stomach tightened. "Didn't read it," Bramblehook said, unusually solemn, "but the courier who passed it to me said it came from the Eastern Territories." Grumblethorn nodded curtly. "Thank you." He broke the seal while Bramblehook collected the remaining bread into his bag, scanning the flowing script quickly. "To the Bridge Keeper of Silverwood. Disturbances at the Eastern Bridge require immediate attention. Artifacts of significant power have gone missing from the Council's vault. Your expertise is requested as soon as possible, as one who still honors the old ways. The bridges are awakening. Be vigilant. Keeper Thorned Vale." A chill ran down Grumblethorn's spine. He quickly folded the message and tucked it into his tunic before Seraphina could notice his concern. "Last thing before I go," Bramblehook announced. Shouldering his now bulging messenger bag, he fixed them both with a serious stare. "I require exclusive rights." "Exclusive rights to what?" Seraphina asked. The goblin's serious expression cracked into a wide grin. "To whatever happens next in the greatest romance the forest has ever seen. Think of the delivery fees, the tips, the—" "Out," Grumblethorn growled, though there was no real heat in it. Bramblehook bowed dramatically. "Until next time, bridge lovers, try not to do anything gossip-worthy until I return." When the goblin finally departed, trailing glitter and promises to return with more news soon, Grumblethorn turned to find Seraphina already busy arranging their gifts around the cave. She placed everlasting roses in a chipped mug that had somehow transformed into a vase, hung a woven blessing charm over the entrance, and carefully arranged a set of enchanted candles along the stone shelf that had once held nothing but practical tools. She moved through what had once been exclusively his space with comfortable certainty, humming the same troll melody he'd caught himself singing earlier. The sight twisted something in his chest that wasn't entirely unpleasant. "You staring," Seraphina said without turning around, a smile in her voice. "Checking for structural damage," he replied gruffly. "Goblins are notoriously hard on floor joists." She laughed, the sound echoing pleasantly against stone walls that seemed warmer now, somehow, than they had been before her arrival. "What did Bramblehook give you?" "I saw him hand you something." Grumblethorn hesitated, the council's message a heavy weight against his chest. "Just bridge business, maintenance reports." Seraphina turned, eyebrow raised skeptically. "Maintenance reports that made you look like someone dropped ice down your tunic?" "Standard bridge keeper correspondence," he insisted, forcing a shrug. "Nothing interesting." She studied him for a long moment, and he had the distinct impression she was deciding whether to press further. Finally, she nodded. "Well, when you're ready to tell me what's actually in that letter, I'll be here." She returned to arranging the roses, the set of her shoulders making it clear the subject wasn't permanently closed. The day passed in comfortable domesticity, the kind Grumblethorn had never expected to experience. They harvested the remaining mushrooms, Seraphina proving surprisingly adept at coaxing the bouncing fungi to return, sorted herbs for drying, and bickered amiably about the proper placement of the new blessing charm. The council's message remained tucked inside his tunic, a shadow at the edge of his thoughts. That evening, after they shared a quiet dinner, Seraphina curled up with one of his mother's old books on magical propagation. She read until her eyes grew heavy, eventually falling asleep in the cushioned alcove that had somehow evolved from her temporary sleeping area to their shared space, without either of them explicitly acknowledging it. Grumblethorn watched the steady rise and fall of her breathing until he was certain she was truly asleep. Then, moving silently, he slipped from the cave and made his way to the base of the bridge. The night air was cool and sweet with summer blossoms. Moonlight played across the stonework of the ancient bridge, illuminating the complex patterns and symbols carved by generations of keepers before him. Grumblethorn ran his fingers along the foundation stones until he found an unmarked section near the central arch. From his belt, he removed a small set of carving tools. Kneeling on the damp earth, he began to work, chiseling with practiced precision into the ancient stone. First, he etched Seraphina's initial, then his own, the letters flowing together in the traditional style. Around them, he carefully added the ancient troll symbols for chosen home and shared path, a tradition dating back generations, one he'd never imagined performing himself. It was a binding more permanent than any contract, a declaration written in stone rather than magic. When he finished, Grumblethorn ran his fingers over the completed carving, feeling the slight warmth emanating from the freshly worked stone. "Keep her safe," he whispered to the bridge, "if I have to answer that summons." The stone warmed beneath his touch, a silent promise from structure to keeper. Bridges, especially ancient ones like Silverwood, had their own kind of awareness. Not quite sentience, but something close. This bridge had watched over his family for generations. It would understand his request. He stood, tucking the carving tools away and brushing stone dust from his knees. Tomorrow he would need to consider the council's message more carefully, determine what disturbances might mean and why they sought him specifically. Tonight, however, he would return to the cave where Seraphina slept, curl himself around her warmth, and hold tight to this unexpected happiness for as long as he could. The bridge would stand guard in the meantime.
Chapter 15. This bridge was peaceful before you. Seraphina stood in the small alcove that had somehow become hers over the past months, tilting her head as the morning light filtered through newly formed crystal formations in the cave ceiling. Rainbow prisms danced across the stone floor, illuminating the collection of belongings she'd accumulated during her imprisonment. She ran her fingers over the once royal garments now patched with moss-dyed fabric, practical modifications that would have horrified her former seamstresses but somehow felt more authentically hers. A neat row of labeled teas sat on a small stone shelf. Her organizational system had been the subject of much debate. Geraldine rested in the hand-carved holder Grumblethorn had presented to her last week, with much gruff muttering about that unnecessarily dramatic dagger needing its own home, apparently. Seraphina tapped her lips thoughtfully, then reached for her favorite teacup, a chipped, mossy green thing with surprising balance. With deliberate movements, she gathered it and her least wrinkled dress, then padded toward the main chamber. Grumblethorn sat on his stone bench, aggressively not watching her. His shoulders were too stiff, his focus on the fungi catalog too intense to be genuine. Beside him, Fern's leaves trembled with poorly concealed excitement, several small buds threatening to bloom. The plant knew exactly what was happening. Seraphina crossed the chamber to the stone shelf where Grumblethorn kept his own cup, a massive, sturdy thing carved from a single piece of river rock. Without comment, she placed her cup directly beside his. The symbolism wasn't exactly subtle, but she'd never been one for indirect communication. She looked up at him, surprising herself with the vulnerability in her voice. "Is there room for this here?" Grumblethorn's eyes widened slightly. He cleared his throat, stood, and without a word, began methodically rearranging the entire shelf, moving jars, repositioning containers, creating a perfect space where their cups could stand together. When he finished, her delicate cup looked right at home beside his massive one. "That's practical," he managed, his voice rough. "I thought so," she replied, fighting a smile. Throughout the day, Seraphina continued her deliberate migration. Her books joined his on the reading nook shelves, her titles on healing herbs and royal histories nestling alongside his collections on fungi cultivation and bridge maintenance. Her interesting stone specimens, including the shiny quartz she'd found the day after she arrived, found homes among his geological collection. Her sketches of garden plants were carefully pinned beside his meticulous growing charts. "Your drawing of the moonshade is anatomically incorrect," he pointed out, gesturing to her sketch of the luminous blue flower. "Yes, well, your labels are unnecessarily verbose," she countered, pointing to his 3-paragraph description of proper moss-watering techniques. They bickered comfortably while rearranging the herb cabinet, their hands occasionally brushing. Each time, Grumblethorn's mossy complexion darkened slightly, and Seraphina pretended not to notice, while her heart performed a little dance in her chest. As evening approached, she saved the most significant item for last. The royal seal of Grevenwell sat heavy in her palm, the symbol of the identity and duty she had once defined herself by. She stood in the center of the main chamber, turning it over in her fingers, feeling its weight. Grumblethorn appeared beside her, holding a small carved wooden box. He offered it without words, his expression unreadable. Seraphina took the box, testing its smooth hinges. The inside was lined with soft moss and just the right size for the seal. She placed it inside, neither discarding her past nor letting it dominate their future, and closed the lid with a soft click. "Thank you," she said quietly. He nodded, his eyes soft. With the migration complete, they sat together on the stone bench, now cushioned with pillows Seraphina had made from repurposed fabrics. The cave was softly lit by bioluminescent moss, the atmosphere charged with unspoken significance. Fern had sprouted at least 3 new blooms in the last hour alone. "Well," Seraphina finally broke the silence with characteristic directness, "I believe this officially completes my invasion of your personal space." She gestured at the transformed cave around them. "Any complaints should be filed immediately before I get too comfortable to move." Grumblethorn's response was both gruff and tender. "It was never really my space," he admitted, studying his claws. "It was just empty." He paused, struggling with the words. "Waiting." He reached for her hand with newfound confidence, his massive palm dwarfing hers. Then he cleared his throat. "Though I do have serious concerns about your organizational system for dried herbs. Alphabetical order is completely impractical compared to categorization by magical properties." Seraphina's laugh echoed through the cave, with delighted relief. "Says the troll who organizes his socks by the phase of the moon they were darned under. It's a perfectly logical system." Their evening unfolded in gentle moments of deepening intimacy. They cooked together, Seraphina demonstrating her newly acquired skill at mushroom stewing, while Grumblethorn handled the delicate work of slicing herbs with his enormous claws. They ate at the stone table, their knees occasionally bumping underneath. After dinner, they settled into the reading nook, once his private sanctuary, now their shared space. Grumblethorn read aloud from one of his favorite scrolls about the migratory patterns of enchanted toads, his deep voice rumbling pleasantly through the cave. Seraphina leaned against his shoulder, feeling the vibrations of his words. "Your turn," he said, passing her a scroll. She selected one of her favorites, a collection of folk tales from the villages surrounding Grevenwell. As she read, the cave's luminous moss responded to their emotions, glowing warmer and brighter around them. "This one always made me laugh as a child," she said, sharing a ridiculous story about a princess who tricked a dragon by feeding it enchanted cheese. "I used to think all princesses were clever tricksters. Imagine my disappointment when I realized we were actually expected to be decorative and agreeable." Grumblethorn snorted. "You? Agreeable?" She elbowed him, but there was no malice in it. "I tried, you know. For years." "That sounds exhausting." "It was." Seraphina's voice grew more serious. "I realized I couldn't breathe in the future they'd planned for me. The day before I left, my mother presented the marriage contract with this expression of total satisfaction, as if she'd successfully sold off a particularly troublesome horse." Grumblethorn was quiet for a moment. Then he shared his own parallel revelation. "I spent 70 years helping others continue their journeys, while convincing myself I didn't have one of my own. His fingers traced patterns in the moss growing on the stone wall. The bridge became both my purpose and my prison. And then I showed up and ruined everything, Seraphina said with a small smile. And fixed everything, he corrected quietly. Their conversation slowly transitioned from words to touch. Seraphina showed Grumblethorn how to braid her hair with flowers from the garden, laughing as his enormous claws proved surprisingly gentle with the delicate task. His face was a study in concentration as he wove moonshade blossoms into her auburn waves. "There," he said gruffly when he'd finished. "It's adequate." She touched the braid, feeling the silky petals. "It's beautiful." Later, Grumblethorn taught her the proper way to tend the most sensitive moss varieties in the cave, the ones that responded to emotional states and required a specific touch. Gently, he instructed, demonstrating with a feather-light stroke across the velvet surface. "It feels everything." Seraphina followed his example, her fingers brushing his with increasing deliberation. "Like this?" "Yes," he said, his voice suddenly hoarse. "Just like that." As night deepened, their connection deepened with it. They migrated to the cushioned area near the warmest part of the cave, where thermal stones provided gentle heat. Sprawled among the pillows, they traded increasingly personal stories, childhood memories, secret fears, quiet hopes. "I used to hide in the castle library during state dinners," Seraphina confessed. "I'd sneak entire roast quails under my dress and have a feast among the history scrolls." "I used to sing to the mushrooms," Grumblethorn admitted, "only when I was certain no one was around to hear." "Sing to me," she whispered. He refused, predictably, but the request hung between them, intimate and promising. Their whispered confessions gave way to closer proximity. Seraphina found herself mapping the constellations of lichen that dotted Grumblethorn's forearms, while his fingers traced idle patterns on her shoulder. Something shifted in the air between them, an invisible barrier finally dissolving. Seraphina took a deep breath and made her decision. With princess-like certainty, she took Grumblethorn's face between her hands, his rough skin warm against her palms. "I believe we've completed all preliminary negotiations," she stated, her voice only slightly unsteady. Then she kissed him with unmistakable intention. For a split second, he froze. Then he responded with such heartfelt intensity that the cave's crystals began to hum in harmonic resonance. His arms encircled her, careful but certain, as if he'd been waiting forever to hold her properly. The kiss deepened, months of tension and tenderness crystallizing into something real and undeniable. Fern exploded into full bloom, showering them with tiny white petals neither noticed. When they finally broke apart, Grumblethorn looked dazed, his usual grumpy expression replaced with something approaching wonder. "That was—" "I know," she replied, rather smugly. "I think we should—" "Yes, absolutely." Later, as moonlight filtered through the crystal ceiling above what was now undeniably their shared sleeping space, Seraphina traced the intricate patterns of moss on Grumblethorn's shoulder. His breathing had slowed, but she knew he wasn't asleep. "Do you think the bridge knew all along?" she whispered, her fingers continuing their exploration of his arm. He pulled her closer against his side, his massive form curled protectively around her smaller one. "I think everyone knew but us," he admitted, his voice rumbling through his chest under her ear. Outside, beyond their view, the ancient bridge glowed with a soft, steady light. It illuminated freshly carved initials at its base, S+G, sketched that morning while Seraphina had been gathering the last of her garden herbs. No longer a barrier, but a foundation for whatever came next. "Fern is unbearably smug," Seraphina murmured, glancing at the houseplant that had somehow produced enough flowers to resemble a wedding bouquet. "We'll never hear the end of this." "She's earned her gloating rights," Grumblethorn said, his fingers tangling in Seraphina's hair, "though I'd appreciate if you didn't encourage her." "Me, I would never." She pressed a kiss to his chest, right over his heart. "Besides, I'm too busy encouraging you." His arms tightened around her. "No encouragement needed, princess." The night wrapped around them like a blanket, the cave humming with contentment. Tomorrow would bring challenges, letters to write, decisions to make, but tonight was theirs alone, the culmination of a journey neither had planned, but both had needed. "I'm staying," she whispered, though she'd said it before. Some things bore repeating. "I know," he replied, though he'd heard it before. Some things bore hearing again. The magic of the bridge, once a prison, now simply surrounded them, not binding but blessing, as if the ancient stones approved of what had grown in their shadow.
Chapter 16. Absolutely Not a Love Story. Except it is. Grumblethorn woke before dawn, driven from sleep by the persistent worry that something would go catastrophically wrong. He eased himself away from Seraphina's sleeping form, careful not to disturb her as he slipped from their bed, still a phrase that made his chest tighten in disbelief. Their bed. Their cave. Their bridge. Their brunch. He busied himself in the kitchen alcove, kneading another batch of honey cakes with more force than necessary. The recipe had been his grandmother's, passed down through generations of troll keepers who had all, presumably, been far more competent at hospitality than he was. The first 3 batches were cooling on stone slabs, their golden crusts gleaming in the mushroom light. "It's just brunch," he muttered to himself, though the fungi displays he'd spent hours arranging suggested otherwise. He'd reorganized the tea shelf 6 times, each arrangement more elaborate than the last. Currently, the jars formed a rainbow gradient that even Seraphina would approve of, though he suspected she'd rearrange them regardless. The princess had opinions about aesthetics that no cave-dwelling troll could hope to counter. When the light filtering through the cave entrance turned from silver to gold, Grumblethorn heard Seraphina stir. She padded barefoot into the kitchen alcove, her hair a wild tangle around her face. "You've been up for hours," she accused, pressing a sleepy kiss to his shoulder. The fungi looked terrified. "Fungi don't have emotions," he grumbled, but he'd learned not to argue too forcefully when she was right. She plucked a warm honey cake from the cooling slab. "Then why is that one trembling?" That's the draft." Seraphina raised an eyebrow, but didn't press the issue, too busy savoring her stolen honey cake. Worth marrying you for these alone." Grumbler nearly dropped the stone-mixing bowl. This isn't." He took a deep breath. "Toll brunch isn't a wedding. But it's traditionally for married troll keepers, isn't it?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Chamomile told me all about it when I visited the shop yesterday." Of course she had. Grumblethorn made a mental note to have words with that steam-headed meddler. "It's a partnership ceremony," he said stiffly, "for new toll keeper arrangements." "Arrangements that are traditionally marriages," she countered, stealing another honey cake. "Your fungi are blushing." "They don't?" he sighed. "Please, go, get dressed." She grinned, kissed his flower-covered cheek, and danced away to change from her nightclothes. Grumblethorn took a moment to compose himself, focusing on the precise alignment of teacups. A mismatched collection they'd cobbled together from his stores and gifts from the hedge witches. Some were chipped, others oddly shaped, but together they formed a perfectly imperfect set, much like the 2 of them. By the time Seraphina returned, he'd changed into his best tunic and the vest she'd embroidered for him. A surprisingly thoughtful gift, adorned with tiny crowns and mushrooms intertwined in an elegant pattern. He'd never owned anything so fine, and the sight of it still made his throat tight. "Stop fussing," Seraphina told him, straightening his vest with practiced hands. "They've all been gossiping about us for weeks anyway. At least now they can do it to our faces while eating those honey cakes you've been stress baking since midnight." I'm not fussing, he protested, even as he adjusted a teacup a quarter-inch to the left. Seraphina laughed, the sound echoing pleasantly through the cave. She wore a simple green dress that complemented her auburn hair, a far cry from the elaborate gowns of her royal past, but somehow more suited to her true nature. A crown of tiny white flowers rested on her head, one he recognized from his garden. She'd picked them without permission, naturally. Now, I'm underdressed, he muttered. You're perfect, she replied, with such sincerity that he had to look away, cheeks burning. The first knock came while he was still recovering his composure. Seraphina raced to the entrance, while Grumblethorn frantically brushed flour from his vest. Fashionably early, as always, came Tilda's sardonic voice from the entrance. The enchanted raccoon sauntered in, with an absurdly large package wrapped in leaves and twine. Where's my favorite emotionally constipated troll? Right here, being insulted in his own home, Grumblethorn called, crossing his arms. Tilda ignored his scowl, climbing onto a chair to reach table height. Your gift, lovebirds. Open it now, while there's no one else to judge my artistic talents. Seraphina eagerly unwrapped the package, revealing a crudely carved wooden sign. In jagged, charred letters it proclaimed, The Bridge Lovers, with a smaller subtitle, Emotional Disasters, Who Finally Figured It Out. Seraphina burst out laughing while Grumblethorn made a strangled noise of horror. It's perfect, Seraphina declared. It's going in the fire pit, Grumblethorn countered. But Tilda had already scurried back to the entrance. Before Grumblethorn could stop her, she'd hammered the sign beside the cave entrance with impressive efficiency. You do not get to name our home, Grumblethorn protested, reaching for the sign. Too late, it's tradition now, Tilda batted his hands away. Touch it and you'll offend at least 12 different forest spirits. You want bad luck on brunch day? Grumblethorn glowered but dropped his hands. You made that up. Test me and find out, Tilda challenged, then turned to Seraphina. Are those honey cakes? I've heard rumors about troll honey cakes for decades. The raccoon's distraction gave them a brief moment of peace before the next arrival. Bramblehook, panting under the weight of an improbable tower of packages, scrolls, and what appeared to be a singing plant. Livery. For the happy couple, he wheezed, dropping everything onto the nearest surface. Half the forest sent gifts. The other half is bringing theirs personally. You might need a bigger cave. Grumblethorn scowled even as Seraphina delightedly explored the pile. Who even... Enchanted preserves from the hedge witches, Bramblehook explained, gesturing to glass jars filled with jewel-toned contents. A book of relationship advice from the talking owls. It's mostly the word who repeated for 200 pages, but they meant well. Oh, and this is from the fairy queen herself. He handed over an elegant envelope that pulsed with magic. The moment Seraphina broke the seal, it showered everyone within 10 feet with a cloud of fine glitter. Congratulations, Bramblehook read from a safe distance as Grumblethorn spat out a mouthful of sparkles. May your unusual union bring balance to the forest realms. P.S. Sorry about the glitter. It's traditional. Is it? Grumblethorn growled, brushing ineffectually at his now glittering beard. No, she just thinks it's funny, Bramblehook admitted, helping himself to a honey cake. Sweet mercy of the elder woods, these are good. The goblin's vocal appreciation drew Tilda over, and soon they were both demolishing the first batch, while Grumblethorn tried to contain his anxiety by rearranging the tea selection yet again. Seraphina caught his hand. They're enjoying themselves, she said softly. That's the whole point, isn't it? Before he could answer, the cave entrance filled with a swirling cloud of fragrant steam that announced Chamomile's arrival more effectively than any fanfare. Where's the happy couple who took entirely too long to admit the obvious? The tea golem announced, gliding into the cave with her floating clipboard bobbing along behind her. The porcelain of her face was arranged in a broad smile, and the steam that formed her hair was particularly elaborate today, coiled into something resembling a celebratory crown. Chamomile, Grumblethorn nodded stiffly. Thank you for... Oh, we are tense today, she interrupted, consulting her clipboard. Emotional suppression, fear of judgment, residual commitment issues, and... Her eyes widened slightly. Well, at least you're making progress in some departments. Grumblethorn's face went hot. Seraphina bit back a laugh. I brought appropriate blends, Chamomile continued, producing an assortment of small sachets from her apron pockets. Finally got over yourself oolong for our handsome host. Commitment doesn't actually kill you. Say long for the lovely princess. And... She eyed the gathering crowd. Enough gossip fuel green to keep this party interesting. She set to work brewing her specialized blends, and the cave filled with rich aromas that somehow conveyed both comfort and a vague sense of being emotionally called out. Typical chamomile. Guests continued to arrive. Woodland creatures Seraphina had befriended, several hedge witches who brought additional pastries, and a pair of bashful dryads who presented the couple with a living wreath that hummed contentedly when placed above their hearth. Grumblethorn found himself answering questions, accepting congratulations, and somehow not dying of social anxiety, though the latter had much to do with Seraphina's steady presence beside him. He was midway through explaining the bridge's magical properties to a curious hedge witch when the cave fell suddenly, dramatically silent. 5 trolls stood in the entrance, massive, stone-skinned elders with moss beards trailing to their knees and eyes like deep forest pools. Grumblethorn froze, recognition striking him like a physical blow. Elder Thornroot, he managed, addressing the largest of the group. This is... unexpected? The ancient matriarch stepped forward, her movements deliberate and powerful, despite her great age. The moss covering her stone skin formed intricate patterns that told the story of her long life, if one knew how to read them. Grumblethorn did, and what he saw there left him momentarily speechless. Grumblethorn of Silverwood, she rumbled, her voice like boulders shifting in an earthquake. Word travels, even to the deep groves. The other guests pressed back against the walls, even Chamomile temporarily silenced by the troll's imposing presence. Only Seraphina held her ground, stepping up beside Grumblethorn with her chin raised. Welcome to our home, she said, every inch the royal despite her simple dress and flower crown. We're honored by your presence. Elder Thornroot's gaze shifted to Seraphina, moss eyebrows rising fractionally, the troll equivalent of open shock. The princess who stays by choice, she observed. Interesting. Without further preamble, she reached into a pouch at her waist and withdrew a smooth stone disc etched with ancient runes. A hearthstone, Grumblethorn recognized with a jolt of disbelief. The traditional gift for a new Trollkeeper union. One he'd never expected to receive. The first hearthstone was given when the mountains were young, Elder Thornroot intoned, holding it out. When trolls learned that 2 hearts, like 2 stones, create more warmth together than apart. Grumblethorn's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the stone. It was warm to the touch, thrumming with old magic. We are honored beyond words, Elder. The deep groves acknowledge your bond, the matriarch said, inclining her head. May your roots grow strong and your bridge stand true. It was the highest blessing a troll could receive. Grumblethorn swallowed hard, emotion threatening to overwhelm him. Seraphina's hand found his, squeezing gently. Thank you, she said simply. The elder trolls nodded in unison, then filed silently to the far corner of the cave, where they settled themselves with geological patience, accepting teacups that looked comically small in their massive hands. Well, Chamomile broke the stunned silence. Who wants more tea? The party resumed with renewed energy, the elder troll's blessing adding an element of significance that even Grumblethorn hadn't anticipated. Conversation flowed more freely, laughter echoed from the cave walls, and the honey cakes vanished at an alarming rate. Bramble hooked several cups of tea into the celebration, gathered everyone's attention with a dramatic clearing of his throat. "You've all heard the rumors," he announced, climbing onto a chair, "but none of you were there. Allow me to recreate the passionate scene that has set the forest ablaze with gossip." "Please don't," Grumblethorn groaned, but his protest was drowned out by enthusiastic encouragement from the other guests. Bramblehook launched into a wildly exaggerated reenactment of what he called the bridge collapse romance scene, complete with swooning gestures and dialogue that bore only the faintest resemblance to reality. "Oh, my princess," he wailed in a deep voice clearly meant to be Grumblethorn's, "I cannot bear to be parted from you. My mossy heart beats only for your royal smile." Seraphina was laughing so hard she nearly choked on her tea, leaning against Grumblethorn's side for support. He contemplated whether the cave ceiling might mercifully collapse and end his embarrassment. "My dearest troll," Bramblehook continued in a falsetto, batting his eyelashes wildly, "I care not for castles or crowns, only for your big, strong fungi collection." "That's not what happened," Grumblethorn protested over the howls of laughter. "Close enough," Seraphina whispered, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes. "The Blue Jays got the emotional essence right, if not the exact dialogue." Grumblethorn grumbled, but couldn't maintain his scowl when faced with her joy. These people, this bizarre collection of magical beings, had become something he'd never expected to have. A community. Perhaps even a family of sorts. The entertainments were interrupted by a sharp knock at the cave entrance. A human in royal livery stood awkwardly at the threshold, eyeing the assembled magical creatures with poorly concealed apprehension. "Message for Her Highness Princess Seraphina," he announced stiffly. Seraphina accepted the sealed scroll. "Another letter from Mother," she sighed. "Let's see what new diplomacy she's attempting." She broke the royal seal and scanned the contents, her expression shifting from resignation to surprise to delight. "Well," she said, loud enough for the gathering to hear, "it seems we've been officially recognized." "What does that mean?" Grumblethorn asked, peering over her shoulder. "It's addressed to Ambassador Seraphina and Tollkeeper Grumblethorn of Silverwood Bridge," she read, her voice carrying through the suddenly attentive cave. "Mother has reluctantly extended diplomatic recognition to your unusual arrangement and requests regular updates on magical border affairs." "You've been promoted to ambassador?" Tilda cackled. "Royals really can't admit when they've lost, can they?" "It's her way of saving face," Seraphina agreed, folding the letter with a smile. "But it also means she's accepted my choice." "Our choice," Grumblethorn corrected quietly. The small moment might have passed unremarked had Chamomile not chosen that precise instant to loudly ask, "So, when can we expect future little trolls with princess crowns?" Several guests choked on their tea. Elder Thornroot's moss eyebrows shot up again. Grumblethorn's mind went blank with panic. But his mouth, apparently operating independently, calmly replied, "My partner and I haven't discussed that particular bridge yet." Partner, the word hung in the air, drawing impressed murmurs, and one audible dramatic gasp from Bramblehook. Grumblethorn hadn't planned to say it, hadn't even consciously thought it, but now that it had escaped, he found he didn't want to take it back. Seraphina's response was immediate. She set down her teacup, crossed the room to where he stood, and kissed him thoroughly in front of their assembled guests. Her hands cradled his face, and he found himself returning the kiss without a trace of his usual self-consciousness. When they broke apart, she turned to their audience with perfect princess diplomacy. "What my partner means is that we're focusing on renovations first. The moss and crown nursery can wait until next spring." "I win the bet," Tilda shrieked, jumping under the table. "Pay up, all of you!" To Grumblethorn's astonishment, several woodland creatures and Bramblehook sheepishly produced various forms of payment and handed them over to the triumphant raccoon. "You bet on us?" Grumblethorn asked, torn between offense and curiosity. "On your family timeline," Tilda corrected, counting her winnings. "I said within the year. The pessimist said never, the optimist said 5 years." "Unbelievable," Grumblethorn muttered, but Seraphina was laughing again, and he found himself smiling despite everything. The celebration continued until sunset, when guests began trickling out with leftover honey cakes and enough gossip to sustain the forest for months. The elder trolls departed with formal nods. Chamomile left her clipboard floating by the hearth for future reference. And Tilda vanished with suspicious bulges in her pockets that suggested more honey cakes than any raccoon should reasonably consume. Finally, as twilight deepened the forest shadows, they were alone again. Seraphina took Grumblethorn's hand, leading him outside to where the bridge stretched across the ravine, golden in the last rays of sunlight. They stood together at its edge, watching the sunset cast warm light across the ancient stones. Seraphina leaned against his side, and Grumblethorn wrapped an arm around her shoulders, marveling at how naturally they fit together now. How right it felt to hold her close. "Not bad for a kidnapping gone wrong," Seraphina mused, her head resting against his shoulder. Grumblethorn looked down at her, still disbelieving that this fierce, brilliant woman had chosen to stay, had chosen him. The bridge beneath them hummed with content magic, the cave behind them warm with lingering laughter. "Not bad at all," he agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Through the cave entrance, Grumblethorn caught sight of Fern, who had remained tactfully quiet throughout the celebration. As if sensing his gaze, the plant stretched upward and bloomed one final spectacular blossom, its shape unmistakably like a heart. Even the houseplants were romantics now. Grumblethorn found he didn't mind nearly as much as he should have.
Epilogue. Tea for two, and 15 nosy forest creatures. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the newly installed crystal wind chimes hanging from the bridge, casting rainbow patterns across the mismatched tables and chairs now arranged beneath the structure. Seraphina stood surveying her clipboard with the determined focus of a battle strategist planning troop movements. Her hair was pinned up in a haphazard bun, several copper strands escaping to curl around her face as she frowned at the parchment. "The fairy court representatives can't sit near the hedge witches. There's still tension over that pollination incident," she muttered to herself, making yet another adjustment to the seating chart while Grumblethorn hovered nearby. His mossy shoulders hunched slightly as he attempted to follow her organizational system, looking increasingly bewildered. Seraphina tapped her quill against the parchment. "And Elder Mossback needs to be at least 3 seats away from Lady Thornberry after that comment about her crystallized slug collection." She made another notation, tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. "When I suggested hosting community gatherings at the bridge, I didn't realize it would involve diplomatic negotiations," Grumblethorn admitted, carefully arranging tea sets that changed color based on the drinker's emotional state, a gift from chamomile that was already causing him considerable anxiety. His claws clinked delicately against the porcelain as he positioned each cup just so. Seraphina glanced up, catching the worry in his eyes. "Worried about what color your cup might turn?" She grinned, deliberately setting down her clipboard to help him with the arrangement. "I'm hoping for that lovely shade of flustered green you turned when I kissed you in front of the mushroom circle last week." Grumblethorn's ears twitched, the moss along his neck brightening. That was a private moment witnessed by 17 different species. And they all thought it was adorable. She bumped her hip against him playfully. "Especially when you dropped that basket of glowing toadstools." Before Grumblethorn could respond, a flash of movement caught their attention as Bramblehook burst onto the scene, nearly tripping over his own feet in excitement. The goblin courier's arms were laden with decorative banners, his small form practically obscured by the colorful fabric. "I'm early, perfect, so much to do," Bramblehook announced, dropping his burden onto the nearest table with a dramatic flourish. He immediately began unfurling the largest banner, which proclaimed in sparkly lettering, "Silverwood Bridge Tea Society, where emotional growth is mandatory." Seraphina blinked. "I don't remember approving that slogan." "Creative license," Bramblehook declared, already setting up what appeared to be a matchmaking station, complete with compatibility cards and a spinning wheel labeled, "Who will confess first?" Grumblethorn made a strangled sound. "What is that?" "Just a little something to encourage the romantically challenged." Bramblehook winked conspiratorially at Seraphina. "Got the idea from those stories Princess keeps under her pillow." Heat rushed to Seraphina's cheeks. "Those are historical romance scrolls. For research purposes." "Sure they are, Your Highness," the goblin snickered, continuing to arrange his station with manic energy. "Just like that diagram you drew of Grumblethorn gardening shirtless was anatomical study." Grumblethorn's head whipped toward her, eyes wide. "You drew?" "Look!" Seraphina pointed desperately toward the bridge. "Our first guests are arriving." Saved by impeccable timing, Seraphina suppressed a sigh of relief as a procession of curious forest denizens began making their way toward the gathering space. Gossiping bluebirds fluttered overhead, shimmying from branch to branch. Several shy dryads emerged from the tree line, their bark like skin dappled with early spring buds. Most surprising were the elder trolls, who approached with measured steps, their ancient hands reaching out to touch the bridge in apparent disbelief. One particularly gnarled troll with moss growing in spirals around her horns shook her head. "Never thought I'd see the day. A troll hosting tea parties instead of tolls." "It's not a tea party," Grumblethorn muttered. "It's a community gathering with refreshments." "Called a tea party where I'm from," the elder troll replied with a knowing smile. Seraphina watched Grumblethorn greet each arrival with increasing confidence. His initial stiffness melted away as conversations flowed, his deep voice rumbling pleasantly as he directed guests to their seats. She noted how naturally he'd grown into this new role they'd created together. Bridgekeeper rather than tollkeeper, host rather than hermit. Pride swelled in her chest. 6 months ago, he'd barely tolerated her presence in his cave. Now he was discussing proper brewing temperatures with a cluster of water sprites and offering a shy mushroom spirit the shadiest seat at the table. When he caught her watching, he gave her a small, mossy smile that still made her heart flip like an acrobat with something to prove. A puff of steam suddenly materialized beside Seraphina, making her jump. Distracted by romantic contemplation when there's organizing to be done, Chamomile's teacup head tilted knowingly, her porcelain body gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Her ever-present clipboard hovered officiously at her side. Emotional progress noted, but practical matters require attention. Seraphina smoothed her skirt. "Everything's under control." "Is it?" Chamomile gestured toward Bramblehook, who was now demonstrating the matchmaking wheel to a group of fascinated fairies. "The compatibility reading should come after the tea service, not before. Premature emotional vulnerability leads to indigestion." Before Seraphina could respond, Chamomile glided to the center of the gathering. The steam rising from her head formed an elegant swirl as she raised her porcelain arms. "Welcome to the first official Emotional Progress Hour." Her voice rang out clear as a bell. "All feelings will be validated, no emotional breakthrough will go uncelebrated, and anyone caught suppressing significant realizations will be served brutal honesty breakfast blend." A nervous titter rippled through the crowd. Seraphina caught Grumblethorn's eye across the tables and they shared a moment of amused panic. They'd created this gathering as a simple bridge between communities, pun absolutely intended, but it was rapidly taking on a life of its own. The gathering quickly transformed from organized tea service to cheerful chaos. Seraphina found herself pouring tea for a family of hedgehogs while simultaneously nodding along to a dryad's complicated relationship woes. Across the way, Tilda had somehow produced an actual spreadsheet and was presenting it to a rapt audience. "As you can see from these romantic progress metrics," the raccoon explained, gesturing with a tiny pointer, "spring coupling is up 42% throughout the forest. I attribute this to the ambient magic radiating from certain cave-dwelling individuals who shall remain unnamed but are obviously our hosts." Seraphina nearly spilled tea on a hedgehog. At another table, the elder trolls had cornered Grumblethorn and were clearly sharing embarrassing stories. His moss had darkened several shades, and he kept shooting desperate glances her way. Used to get his horns caught in the lower branches. Wouldn't stop collecting shiny pebbles. Cried when the moonflowers closed. Fern, who'd been transported to a place of honor at the center table, was glowing so brightly with approval she was practically becoming a light source. The plant's leaves trembled with what Seraphina had learned to recognize as laughter. Between pouring tea and mediating a heated debate between a love-struck fairy and a commitment-phobic gnome, Seraphina caught Grumblethorn's eye across the crowd. His expression was a mixture of wonder and mild panic that made her laugh as she navigated through the guests to reach his side. "Elder Stoneclaw was just telling me about your collection of pressed flowers," she said, slipping her arm through his. Grumblethorn's ears twitched. That was private information. "Nothing's private at a tea gathering," Elder Stoneclaw chuckled, patting Grumblethorn's arm with a gnarled hand. "Especially when you're hosting with your mate." "We're not," Grumblethorn began. "We're partners," Seraphina corrected smoothly, enjoying the way his moss brightened at her touch. "Co-hosts of the bridge." "Co-hosts," Elder Stoneclaw repeated with exaggerated understanding. "Of course. In my day, we just called it married." Seraphina tugged Grumblethorn away before he could sink further into embarrassment. They found a momentary pocket of calm near the edge of the bridge, where the afternoon light filtered through in gentle waves. "Did you ever imagine this?" she asked, slipping her hand into his as they watched their unlikely community mingling beneath the bridge that once bound them together by force and now gathered others by choice. His moss glowed faintly where their fingers intertwined, a tell she'd come to treasure. Grumblethorn looked out over the gathering, fairies darting between tables, trolls laughing with dryads, Chamomile presiding over it all with teapot-like authority, and shook his head slowly. "Never," he admitted. "My imagination wasn't expansive enough." "Neither was mine," Seraphina confessed. "All those stories about princesses and monsters, and none of them mentioned afternoon tea." Grumblethorn's thumb traced small circles on her palm. "Or magical bridge renovations. Or enchanted roommates with opinions about throw pillows. Fern has excellent taste in decor." Seraphina leaned her head against his shoulder, savoring the mossy warmth. "She said my curtains were aggressively cheerful yesterday." "They are," Grumblethorn rumbled, "but the cave needs it." Their moment of quiet was cut short by Bramblehook's voice rising dramatically above the chatter. "Ladies, gentlemen, and spectral entities, it's time for our first matchmaking pairing." The goblin was standing atop a chair, brandishing what appeared to be enchanted dance cards. "The rules are simple. Each participant draws a card, follows the prompt, and discovers who might be their perfect match. It all depends on strategic truth-telling." Several guests immediately looked in their host's direction, expressions hopeful. "Should we rescue them?" Seraphina whispered. Grumblethorn sighed. "Probably." Before they could intervene, the first brave participant stepped forward, a nervous young troll and a blushing water sprite. Bramblehook handed them each a glowing card. "Now then," the goblin rubbed his hands together, "read your prompts aloud." The young troll squinted at his card. "Sure. A truth you've never told anyone?" The water sprite's card glimmered. "Reveal what you admire most about someone here." Bramblehook beamed. Perfect! Now you must answer truthfully or the cards will know. The cards pulsed in warning, drawing gasps from the crowd. Seraphina bit her lip, fighting a smile. This might be entertaining after all. As the afternoon stretched into evening, lanterns were lit and hung from the lower branches of the bridge. The golden glow reflected in the water below, creating the illusion of stars both above and below them. Gradually, guests began to depart, some alone, others in newly formed pairs, and several with Bramblehook's compatibility cards tucked carefully away. Chamomile approached as Seraphina collected empty teacups. Statistical analysis indicates 87% emotional satisfaction rate, significant improvement over the forest average. Her clipboard hovered beside her, a quill taking notes of its own accord. I'm glad? Seraphina tried. You should be. Chamomile's porcelain features formed what might have been a smile. The Bridge Tea Society is officially Silverwood's most effective therapeutic intervention. I'll be naming a blend after you both. Something with moss? Seraphina teased. Stubborn Princess Chai, I think, with just a hint of trollberry. With that, Chamomile glided away, leaving Seraphina staring after her in bemused silence. As the last guests made their way home, Seraphina and Grumblethorn began the process of tidying up. The lanterns glowed softly against the twilight, casting long shadows across the tables. Grumblethorn paused in stacking chairs, then leaned close to Seraphina and asked with unexpected earnestness, "You still want to write new fairy tales?" His question carried the weight of all the conventional stories neither of them ever quite fit. Seraphina set down the teacup she'd been holding. It had turned a warm golden color that Chamomile had identified as contentment, and looked up at him. The princess who chose a troll. The runaway who found home under a bridge. She sipped her tea, spark of something citrus, because of course, and smiled up at him. Only if we get to make them weird. His smile came slowly, spreading across his face like moss finding sunlight. Deal. Beneath the glowing arch of the bridge, surrounded by magic and the lingering warmth of mild emotional chaos, they began Chapter 2. Not a fairy tale, but something better, their own story. Thank you for listening. Please visit me at wynnvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.